Chapter 430. The experts of the various sects communicated with each other through spiritual force voice transmissions. However, no one showed themselves. After all, it would be bad if they accidentally got involved in the war between the two sects. At that moment, boom! A terrifying aura shot up into the sky, causing the surroundings to shake. The sun and moon in the sky seemed to lose their color. When they sensed this aura, the expressions of all the experts hiding in the dark changed drastically. Heavenly Man. Above the divine martial realm was the Heavenly Man. A Heavenly Man major cultivator could be said to be above all living beings and was not someone other cultivators could contend with. Even a peak divine martial realm or half-step Heavenly Man realm expert, they were nothing in front of a true Heavenly Man major cultivator. Once they attained the Heavenly Man realm, this was the difference between a saint and a mortal. The only celestial being in the Celestial Corpse sect was the current sect master, Lian Gumming. He was also one of the few Heavenly Man major cultivators in the Southwind Prefecture. When this aura erupted, Qin Shujian stopped and looked at the mountain peak in front of him, which was surrounded by spirit qi. His expression turned serious. Heavenly Man. This was the second time he had faced the aura of a Heavenly Man since the Six Desires Devil Lord. Although the moon-devouring demon king of the Changning True Dominion was more powerful than an ordinary Heavenly Man major cultivator, he could not unleash much of his strength under the suppression of the True Dominion. Comparing the two, the aura of the Heavenly Corpse sect's Heavenly Corpse sect master was more terrifying. The rest of the people from the Yuan sect were also looking at the Heavenly Corpse sect in shock. The Heavenly Man realm was still too far away for them. Even a great cultivator of the divine martial realm like Xiong Haogan became extremely serious when he sensed this presence. There was even an almost undetectable trace of fear. Disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect, follow me into battle. This sentence was like the sound of heaven, reverberating in the sky without dispersing. Then, countless powerful auras burst out. Among all the auras that erupted, the weakest was at the spirit martial realm. Qin Shujian roughly sensed that there were about 1,000 to 2,000 of them. He was not too surprised by the current situation. After all, the Heavenly Corpse sect had a foundation of thousands of years. Although it had not become a level 5 force, it definitely had many experts. At least, for example, the Jinyuan sect had more disciples. Therefore, when the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect appeared, the hearts of the other experts hiding in the dark sank. There were only so many top sects. Perhaps only one or two would be born in 1,000 years. Therefore, many people only had a vague idea of the foundation of the top sects. Until now. Only then did these people understand. How deep was the foundation of a top sect? The void trembled. A person appeared out of nowhere, as if he had always been there, but also as if he had just arrived. Unity of heaven and man. When Qin Shujian saw the other party appear, a thought appeared in his mind. This was different from the unity of heaven and man in martial arts. Every word and action of the other party was in accordance with the will of the heavens. Wherever he was, it was as if the heavens and earth were there. This was an elite of celestial tier. Lian Gumming. A name appeared in his mind. Qin Shujian's expression gradually turned serious. Qin Shujian. Lian Gumming clasped his hands behind his back. When he looked at the person in front of him, a cold glint flickered in his grey eyes. The two of them faced each other from afar. Neither of them made a move rashly. In Lian Gumming's opinion, although the other party was only at the divine martial realm, his strength was not weaker than a celestial tier cultivator's. His reputation as an Array Dao Grandmaster was not just for show. Furthermore, the other party had indeed defeated a celestial tier evil demon. In his opinion, an evil demon of the same cultivation level was nothing. However, no matter what, he was still a celestial tier existence. As for the death of the moon-devouring demon king, Lian Gumming did not care. If Qin Shujian had killed a demon king in the Spirit Protectorate or the Big Protectorate, he would have turned and left without saying a word. However, killing a demon king in the True Dominion, there was nothing praiseworthy about it. The True Dominion was invincible. That was only in the True Dominion. In the Spirit Protectorate or the Big Protectorate, It was useless no matter how strong one was in the true dominion. If the Origin sect retreats and is willing to withdraw the Origin Pavilion, I will let bygones be bygones, said Lian Gumming slowly as he scanned the other cultivators of the Origin sect. It was just a glance. It was extremely intimidating. Qin Shujian's expression was calm, as he was not affected at all by this. If the Heavenly Corpse sect apologizes and allows the Origin Pavilion to open within our sphere of influence, I will also let bygones be bygones. Why bother? It is not easy for an almighty like you to reincarnate and cultivate anew. Why waste so many years of bitter cultivation? Lian Gumming shook his head with some regret in his eyes. However, his words also revealed a great deal of confidence. While the two of them were talking, the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect had already arrived. There were more than 20 Divine Martial Realm cultivators and close to 2,000 Spirit Martial Realm cultivators. There were also many prominent Sage Realm cultivators. It is still unknown who will emerge victorious. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and sneered. In his line of sight, the light from Providence of the two sects had already started fighting. The light green light from Providence also rose from Lian Gumming's body, demonstrating the extraordinary light from Providence of this celestial tier cultivator. However, this was normal. Experts who could reach the celestial tier were people with strong light from Providence. Otherwise, they would not have reached where they were today. Alright, then let me see what you've got. Lian Gumming did not waste any more words. His body remained motionless in the air as he slowly pressed out with his palm. In an instant, heaven and earth buzzed, as if a mountain had collapsed and the earth had caved in. Immediately after, a huge handprint pushed forward. Not only did it engulf Qin Shujian, but it also engulfed all the experts of the Origin sect. Just as Xiong Haogan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Qin Shujian waved his sleeves, and 18 square array discs flew out. In an instant, a large array descended. In an instant, the handprint was destroyed, and even Lian Gumming was swallowed up. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned, but they quickly reacted. A Grandmaster array. Apart from the people of the Origin sect, everyone else was shocked. Not everyone had seen a complete Grandmaster array. Although many people believed the rumor that an array Grandmaster was comparable to a celestial tier expert, they had always been a little suspicious. But now, Qin Shujian had trapped Lian Gumming with a wave of his hand. Such a method was naturally shocking. Leave no one in the Heavenly Corpse sect alive. After trapping Lian Gumming in one fell swoop, Qin Shujian looked coldly at the rest of the Heavenly Corpse sect and immediately ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000 mountain blood appeared behind him. The lightning bolt turned into a terrifying blade aura and swallowed a great cultivator of the God Martial Realm. Boom! A great battle broke out in an instant. Before Ao Shouwen could recover from the fact that Lian Gumming was trapped, he saw the lightning blade aura slashing down. The terrifying power made his hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air and left his original position, dodging the saber. However, Ao Shouwen was faster. Qin Shujian was even faster. Entering the Dao with his footwork gave him a speed that surpassed ordinary cultivators. In just one step, he was already in front of his opponent. Freeze! A shout that was like the sound of heaven and earth made Ao Shouwen's mind freeze, but he quickly recovered. However, for a cultivator of the God Martial Realm, even a second of stagnation was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. By the time he came back to his senses, Chen Shanxue had already slashed down. The God Martial Arts Realm's strong physical body and protective aura were useless in front of Chen Shanxue. No! Ao Shouwen let out a shrill scream. His divine consciousness was instantly destroyed. 2 parts of his body fell from the sky, blood splattering like rain. In just a few breaths of time, a great cultivator of the God Martial Realm had already fallen. This unforeseen event made the hearts of the Heavenly Corpse sect even heavier. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had only just begun, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. The overall strength of the Origin sect was much weaker than the Heavenly Corpse sect. But first, Lian Gumming was trapped. Then, there was Qin Shujian, who appeared to be in the God Martial Realm on the surface, but actually had amazing strength with a Dao artifact. He could easily kill a cultivator of the same realm. This instantly narrowed the gap by a lot. Moreover, even though the Origin sect didn't have enough top experts, they had plenty of Dao artifacts. As a result, the Heavenly Corpse sect didn't have much of an advantage. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. A God Martial Realm cultivator furiously shouted. His deathly pale skin turned into a golden color. His hands were like iron pliers, fiercely clamping down on the arrow's body. His entire body was also forced back by this powerful force. Bang! In the end, the arrow entered half an inch into his body, but it was pushed back by a terrifying explosion of true essence. Zhong Ergu waved his hand, and the cloud-piercing arrow returned. He held the bow of heaven and earth in one hand and the cloud-piercing arrow in the other. Even though he was only a cultivator of the spirit god realm, he possessed 2 3-seal Dao artifacts. His strength was even more terrifying than ordinary cultivators of the God Martial Realm. Elder Qian, you can't even kill a cultivator of the God Martial Realm. That's because you're too weak, the bow of heaven and earth replied mercilessly. If it was in Qin Shujian's hands, that cultivator of the God Martial Realm would have died a long time ago. When he heard that, Zhong Ergu smiled embarrassedly and didn't linger on this issue for too long. After that, he knocked another arrow and aimed. The arrow seemed to be condensed with the energy of death. At the instant he released his fingers, the cloud-piercing arrow tore through the sky once more. After it exploded an airborne realm cultivator in midair, it didn't stop there as it charged towards the original cultivator. The Empyrean sacred art. Meng Yi was shocked and furious. He didn't even think before he executed his trump card. The Heavenly Corpse sect focused on body refinement. It could be said that no sect in the cultivation world could compare to the Heavenly Corpse sect when it came to body refinement. Cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect generally didn't need any defensive treasures because their own bodies were the strongest defense. The Empyrean sacred art was a powerful body refinement technique of the Heavenly Corpse sect. As an elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Meng Yi had already cultivated this technique to an extremely high level. In terms of physical strength, it could even resist a high-grade spirit artifact. Chapter 431. Refining one's physical body to the level of a superior-grade spirit weapon was already a shocking feat. It was not that there were no body-tempering powerhouses in the cultivation world. However, it wasn't an easy task to achieve this. However, although the physical body could withstand a superior-grade spirit weapon, Meng Yi was not facing a superior-grade spirit weapon or an ordinary Dao artifact. It was a 3-seal Dao artifact. Moreover, with the combination of the cosmic bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, its power was comparable to a 4-seal Dao artifact. It could be said that even the Heavenly Corpse sect did not have a 4-seal Dao artifact. The arrow was like a rainbow piercing the sun. Meng Yi's expression was extremely solemn. As his true origin surged, a powerful protective energy formed and turned into a layer of golden shield. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow collided with the shield. The powerful protective energy shield only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it shattered with a loud bang. Immediately after, Meng Yi roared angrily again. The qi and blood in his body condensed into one. His body, which seemed to be cast from metal, suddenly punched out. His fist stirred up a violent wind that could easily destroy mountains. Boom! When the two collided, the destructive aftermath spread out. The flesh and blood on Meng Yi's metal-like fist exploded, revealing the pale golden bones within. Blood kept spilling from the wound. That was not all. The cloud-piercing arrow did not stop there. It directly penetrated his finger bone and almost pierced his entire arm. For the Heavenly Corpse sect cultivators, the strongest was the physical body, and the weakest was also the physical body. If the physical defense was not broken, it was equivalent to being in an invincible position. However, once the physical defense was broken, the cultivator would fall into the weakest state. Meng Yi was currently in such a state. However, his physical body was terrifying. Even a powerful Dao artifact like the cloud-piercing arrow could not really penetrate his arm. It was stuck halfway through and had to stop in the end. Just as Meng Yi's expression turned ugly due to the intense pain and his mind was distracted, swoosh, swoosh. The air was pierced again. The spirit arrow that occupied his line of sight shot through the air and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Meng Yi's expression was ugly. He did not pull out the arrow stuck in his arm. Instead, he used his own flesh to lock it in place. His other arm swung a fist and collided with the incoming spiritual arrow. Compared to the cloud-piercing arrow's Tao artifact, the arrows condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were much weaker. However, even if its power was weakened, it was still comparable to the attack of a god martial arts realm cultivator. Meng Yi shattered the 3 spiritual arrows in one breath. The powerful recoil also impacted his physical body, causing his qi and blood to tremble. However, there were far more than just 3 spiritual arrows. Looking at the spiritual arrows that continued to attack him, he finally chose to retreat. When facing the cloud-piercing arrow, the speed of the Tao artifact was too fast, giving Meng Yi no chance to retreat. However, even though the speed of the spirit arrow was extraordinary, it was not to the point where he could not retreat. Meng Yi rose into the air and fled in the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect. "You want to leave?" When Zhong Ergu saw this, his complexion suddenly turned cold. A large amount of Jin Yuan poured into the cosmos bow, and he immediately shouted, "Come back." As soon as he finished speaking, the cloud-piercing arrow that was locked in place by Meng Yi's flesh and bones trembled violently. Strands of sharp energy that seeped out from it struck Meng Yi's body and caused him to cough up blood without end. Seeing this, Zhong Ergu strode forward in pursuit. At the same time, his divine perception spread out and condensed a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A seemingly material arrow was suddenly formed, and in the next moment, it transformed into a myriad of specks of cold light when it was shot out. This arrow directly exhausted 90% of the Jin Yuan within his body, and it also pushed the strength of the cosmos bow to the limit. The arrow was shot out. A myriad of specks of cold light. Even though the target was only Meng Yi, the specks of cold light that swept out had locked onto the other cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect. In an instant, 5 or 6 domain enlightened spirit gods and 2 airborne realm cultivators were instantly killed amongst the Heavenly Corpse sect cultivators who were unable to dodge in time. As for the domain enlightened spirit realm cultivators, because they weren't the main targets and coupled with the fact that the domain enlightened spirit realm cultivators had already attained an even higher level, they were still able to retreat in time when facing such an attack. Even though they'd suffered some injuries when they retreated. As for Meng Yi, a strong feeling of deterrence surged into his heart at this moment, and when he turned around to look, he just happened to see the specks of cold light that were shooting towards him like shooting stars. "Save me!" Meng Yi cried out involuntarily with shock, and then he directly used his remaining Jin Yuan to form a protective qi barrier that enveloped himself tightly within it. In the next instant, the specks of cold light blasted over, and the protective qi barrier shattered in less than 3 breaths of time. Elder Meng. Some cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect were shocked and furious, and they couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful expression as they watched Meng Yi being swallowed by the specks of cold light and exploding in midair. As for those experts that were hiding in the shadows, they were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. A 3 Seal Tao artifact is truly terrifying. Even Meng Yi was killed. If I'm not wrong, those should be 2 Tao artifacts. Even though they're only 3 seals, the strength they bring forth isn't much inferior to a 4 Seal Tao artifact. Some sharp-eyed people were able to discern some clues about the Cosmos Bow and Cloudpiercer arrow. If Tao artifacts were rare, then Tao artifacts were even more precious. However, nobody could recognize that these were the cornerstone spirit weapons of the Coiling Stone sect. To put it bluntly, no matter how famous a true Dominion sect was, it was only known in the surrounding few true Dominion sects. In the entire cultivation world, the Coiling Stone sect could only be considered a nobody. As for the Cosmos Bow and Cloudpiercer arrow, nobody could recognize them. Furthermore, even though some people knew about the Coiling Stone sect, they wouldn't compare their sect cornerstone spirit weapons with the 3 Seal Tao artifacts before them. After all, the difference between the two could be described as heaven and earth. Meng Yi was an expert of the Heavenly Corpse sect above the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. I didn't expect him to be killed so easily. He. The Heavenly Corpse sect has suffered a setback this time. Lian Gumming is still trapped in the array formation. This is the technique of an array Dao Grandmaster. The other sects were having an intricate conversation with their spiritual forces. The situation before them was unexpected as well. They had originally thought that it would be an evenly matched, or even a bloody battle between heaven and man. However, as soon as the battle started, Lian Gumming was trapped by the array formation. Qin Shujian didn't even want to fight him head-on. Instead, he wielded his sect cornerstone Dao artifact and charged toward the other members of the Heavenly Corpse sect. From the start of the battle until now, in less than a quarter of an hour, the Heavenly Corpse sect had lost 3 great cultivators of the God Martial Realm. As for the casualties of the Spirit Martial Realm, there were also many casualties. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was still very powerful. Although they had suffered heavy losses, the Origin sect had also lost cultivators. Qin Shujian wielded the 1,000 Mountain Blood. His target wasn't the other cultivators, but the Divine Martial Realm cultivators. Although the large array had the array disk as its foundation, it might not be able to trap Lian Gumming for a long time. After all, the array formation wasn't controlled by the person who had set it up, so its power would be weaker. What Qin Shujian wanted to do now was, while Lian Gumming was trapped, he wanted to destroy the high-end combat power of the Celestial Martial sect to the greatest extent and create an advantage for the Origin sect. Boom! A halberd pierced through the air and collided with the long saber. In the next second, a burly cultivator leaped into the air, holding the halberd in one hand and blocking Qin Shujian's attack. Origin Sect Master. The burly cultivator stared at Qin Shujian as a fierce aura surged toward him. Kill. Qin Shujian didn't plan to say too much to the other party. He was racing against time. Anyone who blocked his way was a dead man in his eyes. However, when he attacked, he used his Dharma eye to check the other party's attributes. When he saw the other party's name, a cruel and cold smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Wan Yuanju. He was no stranger to this name. Before declaring war with the Heavenly Corpse sect, he had already investigated the Heavenly Corpse sect's information, including the number of experts they had. As for Wan Yuanju, he was one of the 3 elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Similarly, on the surface, the Heavenly Corpse sect had a total of 5 cultivators above the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Wan Yuanju was one of them, and he had reached the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. If there was someone who was most likely to break through to the Diviner Realm, Wan Yuanju was one of them. From this, it could be seen that Wan Yuanju's strength was already considered one of the top experts below Lian Gumming. Regarding this, Qin Shujian's heart was filled with killing intent. If he could kill Wan Yuanju, it would be cutting off an arm of the Heavenly Corpse sect. It would be very beneficial for the upcoming battle. Boom! Facing Qin Shujian's attack, Wan Yuanju wasn't afraid at all. He took a step forward and crushed the void. He waved the halberd in his hand, directly shaking the space and causing it to distort. Then, they clashed. Buzz invisible waves swept out and directly caused the space to tremble violently. Their movements weren't fast, but each of their attacks carried the power to move mountains and overturn seas. It made people's hearts palpitate. Even the experts of the various sects who were secretly watching didn't dare to spread their divine sense over there. Judging from the power of this attack, not to mention divine sense, as long as there was a power that didn't belong to either of them, it would be directly shattered. Yuan Wanzhou's strength has become stronger. It seems that the Heavenly Corpse sect will soon have a second diviner. Although Yuan Wanzhou is strong, Qin Shujian isn't weak either. He just broke through to the Divine Martial Realm not long ago, and is already able to fight with someone at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. If he can break through to the Divine Martial Realm for a while, he'll be even more terrifying. In the distance, some experts were secretly discussing with each other. Their faces were filled with shock. For many people who were hiding in the dark, the peak of the Divine Martial Realm was also an existence that they had to look up to. In the absence of a diviner, The peak of the divine martial realm was already the top. Many of the strongest experts in the large regions and sects didn't necessarily have such a level of expert. Whether it was Wn Yuanju or Qin Shujian, they were both existences that they couldn't compete with. At this moment, the two had long abandoned external things, and only each other existed in their eyes. Within 100 miles, as the aftermath spread out, the area turned into a domain of death. Within the range of this domain, anyone who dared to casually interfere would suffer a destructive attack. Chapter 432. Sky-shattering halberd. The long saber swept across. Wn Yuanju held the halberd in one hand and his face was unprecedentedly solemn. Although it hadn't been long since they fought, he could feel that Qin Shujian's strength was not below his. Especially with the three-seal Dao artifact in his hand, his power was even more shocking. Fortunately, Wn Yuanju also had a two-seal Dao artifact in his hand. Although it was slightly inferior to the three-seal Dao artifact, there was not much difference with his peak divine martial realm. Bang! The long saber broke through the air and thunder filled the sky. Wn Yuanju didn't retreat half a step. He also waved his halberd and shattered the saber aura in an instant. Then, Qin Shujian took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared in the next moment, Qian Shanxue slashed at Wn Yuanju's neck in a mysterious trajectory. Wn Yuanju seemed to have expected it. Before the long saber touched him, he had already retreated a step. The halberd responded with a tough posture. Seeing this, Qin Shujian frowned slightly. He gathered his divine sense and shouted an edict. Suddenly, there was a strong fluctuation in the void. In an instant, Wn Yuanju felt that his spiritual deity was under a strong attack, as if it would freeze at any time. Such a change made his expression change slightly. Sound technique. Among the many martial arts, sound techniques were the most difficult to guard against. That angry shout in his ears seemed to have fallen into a situation where the world collapsed and the gods fell. A terrifying murderous intent instantly filled his mind. However, Wn Yuanju was a peak divine martial realm cultivator after all. His spiritual deity had reached a terrifying level. The mental attack brought by the Golden Immortal's soul-shattering chant did not deter him for long. In less than a breath's time, he had already come back to his senses. At this time, the long saber was already slashing at him. The sharp edge made his skin tingle faintly. Boom! The halberd blocked, and Wn Yuanju's body retreated quickly. For this, Qin Shujian naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. His figure followed closely, holding the saber with both hands and slashing down with the momentum of splitting the sky, bombarding Wn Yuanju heavily. The halberd was raised and the two collided. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as Wn Yuanju was once again pushed back by this terrifying force. At this point, Qin Shujian had completely gained the upper hand. His long saber slashed out with the force of thunder. In one breath, he had already slashed out countless times. Wn Yuanju had no choice but to raise his halberd to block all of the terrifying attacks. Crack! Thunder boomed in the sky. Tens of thousands of saber shadows finally gathered together and turned into a shocking saber strike. Wn Yuanju's entire body was like a cannonball as he directly smashed towards the ground. Rumble! In an instant, the earth shook. A huge crater suddenly appeared. At the same time, dust and smoke rose in all directions, blocking the view of others. The intense commotion immediately attracted the attention of the other cultivators. Elder Yuan. When the cultivators of the Heavenly Corpse sect saw that it was Yuan Wanzhou, their expressions turned ugly. Yuan Wanzhou was one of the strongest people under Lian Gumming. Now, it hadn't been long since they started fighting, and Qin Shujian had blasted him down. It was hard not to be shocked by such a situation. If even Yuan Wanzhou was defeated, then, before Lian Gumming broke out of the formation, the Heavenly Corpse sect would be in big trouble. After knocking down Wn Yuanju, Qin Shujian's expression didn't relax. He could sense that the other party's aura hadn't weakened much. An expert at the peak of the divine martial realm couldn't be defeated so easily. Just as he lowered his body and charged towards the crater, A halberd cut through the dust and fog. Qin Shujian raised his head and dodged the halberd. The 1,000 mountain blood in his hand swept back and directly knocked the Dao artifact away. Boom! A burly figure broke through the fog and punched towards Qin Shujian with the power to destroy mountains. At the same time, the halberd that was knocked away flew back again and charged towards him. In just an instant, Qin Shujian was caught in a situation where he was attacked from two sides. Seeing this, he let go of the 1,000 mountain blood in his hand and let the Dao artifact collide with the halberd. Then, facing Wen Yuanzhou's punch, he didn't retreat at all and also punched out. The two fists collided. Like a wave, the aftermath spread out mightily. Qin Shujian only felt his body tremble. The qi and blood in his body were completely stimulated and an ancient aura completely spread out. On the other side, Yuan Wanzhou's body also swayed. The two were about to collide. I didn't expect the Yuan sect to have such a profound body refinement technique. What a surprise! At this moment, Yuan Wanzhou's face was already solemn. And the solemn expression on his face was even more serious than when he fought Qin Shujian just now. Previously, Qin Shujian had been on par with him, and it could be said that it was because of the three-seal Dao artifact. However, in this exchange, it was completely because of the underlying strength of both sides. That punch, Yuan Wanzhou already understood that the other party also cultivated a powerful body refinement technique. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the body refinement technique he cultivated. Otherwise, how could a great cultivator who had just entered the divine martial realm be on par with him who was at the peak of the divine martial realm? It wasn't just Yuan Wanzhou. Even the other cultivators who were observing in secret were shocked when they saw this scene. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's eyes were already filled with cruelty. I've heard that the Heavenly Corpse sect's body refinement technique is unparalleled. Today, I'll have a taste of it. If the rumors are false, don't blame me for beating you to death. Ridiculous. If you don't use the Dao artifact, you'll definitely lose. Then let's try. Qin Shujian's face was cold. His body moved like a wild ancient beast. The dragon's body appeared on his back as if it was attached to his body. Then, he threw out a punch. The void instantly exploded and a terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing the space to distort violently. It looked like a simple punch. In fact, it had already reached the level of simplification. Qin Shujian didn't cultivate any fist techniques, but when he mastered one technique, he could master all techniques. Several entry-level martial arts allowed him to have profound attainments in other areas of martial arts. Facing this punch, Wan Yuanzhou's face was extremely serious. A powerful true essence burst out from his dantian. I'll let you see the power of my invincible universe technique. As soon as he finished speaking, an aura like that of a wild beast awakening spread out. Green veins popped out on his originally tall and sturdy body, and his originally normal skin color had already turned pale. He also took a step forward and threw out a punch. When the two fists collided, the world seemed to have lost all sound. The void beneath their feet exploded, and a vast and terrifying fluctuation swept out in all directions. After the two punches, neither of them retreated. Instead, they forcefully endured the rebounding force and began to fight each other. Boom! Boom! Whether it was Qin Shujian or Wen Yuanzhou, neither of them had any fancy moves. Every punch was the simplest and most direct killing move. However, at their level of strength, even the moves that were extremely simple in the eyes of other cultivators had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. As the battle went on, Qin Shujian felt that the dormant qi and blood in his body were constantly recovering, causing his body's strength to gradually increase. The immortal ancient body, when he fused this special trait, he already knew that this must be an extremely powerful body refining method. But all this time, Qin Shujian hadn't found a suitable opponent to display the power of the immortal ancient body. Now, Wen Yuanzhou had given him this opportunity. The Heavenly Corpse sect focused on body refining. Their physical body was their most powerful technique. As an expert at the peak of the God martial arts realm, the strength of his physical body was also at the peak of perfection. But until now, Qin Shujian didn't feel that he was being suppressed. Instead, as his strength continued to recover, the potential of the immortal ancient body was constantly being dug out. It seemed that the more he fought, the stronger he became. Raw, his qi and blood turned into a dragon. The dragon's body appeared on his back. The dragon's claws had already formed on the dragon's body and directly circled his body. As his strength continued to recover, the dragon's body seemed to become more dignified. Bang! After 2 punches, Wn Yuanzhou's body, which hadn't retreated for a long time, finally took a step back. Until now, apart from shock, there was only shock left in his heart. Ever since he cultivated the invincible universe technique to the peak of perfection, Wn Yuanzhou hadn't felt such pressure from others for a long time. Of course, Lian Gumming, a diviner expert, was an exception. When it came to physical strength, Wn Yuanzhou was confident that even a half-step Dao artifact wouldn't be weaker. Even an ordinary one-seal Dao artifact might not be unable to contend with it. As for strength, it was a piece of cake for him to move mountains and seas. But under such circumstances, Wn Yuanzhou still felt that Qin Shujian was unfathomable. The power of each punch made his qi and blood tremble and boil. But even so, Wn Yuanzhou didn't show any signs of defeat. But as he took a step back, the momentum that he had built up just now was leaked. His momentum weakened. As a result, his attack was weakened a little. Under such circumstances, how could Qin Shujian give up such an opportunity? Boom! With a punch, the void collapsed. Wn Yuanzhou raised his fist to meet it, but he was no longer in his peak state and was immediately sent flying back. Kill. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold. His killing intent mixed with his fighting spirit had almost turned solid, shaking the sky. With a step forward, the void exploded. With a punch, the space distorted. Qi and blood flowed like magma in his body, and vast power filled it. The potential of the ancient indestructible body was finally completely unearthed at this moment. Boom! 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 With each punch, Wn Yuanzhou was sent flying back, and the condensed qi and blood in his body showed signs of collapsing. As for his physical body that was comparable to a half-step Dao artifact under the relentless barrage of attacks, it began to show signs of cracking. His skin cracked, and blood spilled. When the punch was thrown, Wn Yuanzhou's body fell from the sky again, causing a great shock. Qin Shujian took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack, directly rushing into the dust and fog. There was only one thought in his mind. And that was, take his life while he was sick. Chapter 433. At the bottom of the pit. Wn Yuanzhou was bathed in blood. His pale skin was dyed red by the blood. Even with such injuries, his aura did not weaken much. Just as he was about to struggle out of the pit, Qin Shujian descended from the sky. Boom! In the array, Liao Gumming's face was gloomy as he looked at the starry void around him. He raised his hand and unleashed powerful attacks, bombarding the void around him. However, no matter how he attacked, the 18 stars in the sky swayed without showing any signs of collapse. A Grandmaster-level array. Liao Gumming spread out, trying to find a flaw in the array. Unfortunately, it was his first time fighting a Grandmaster of array. He had only heard of the methods of a Grandmaster of array. The expected battle didn't happen. He didn't even have time to react before he was trapped by Qin Shujian's formation. For this, Liao Gumming naturally understood Qin Shujian's approach. He wanted to use the array to trap him, a heavenly being, and then deal with the rest of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, Liao Gumming was not too worried. Although he was trapped here, there were still many God Martial Realm cultivators in the Heavenly Corpse sect. There was also Yuan Wanzhou, a peak God Martial Realm cultivator, who was comparable to a half-step heavenly being. Even if he did not make a move, Yuan Wanzhou could not compete with the Heavenly Corpse sect. Moreover, although he was trapped by the array, it was only temporary. Without a person controlling the array, trapping a heavenly being was already the limit. It was almost impossible to defeat him. I want to see how long this formation of yours can trap me for. Liao Gumming punched out. The void trembled, and the 18 stars swayed wildly. Then, endless lightning fell from the sky. However, the lightning that could kill a god martial realm cultivator was not worth mentioning in front of a heavenly being. Black energy spread out like a fog. Wherever it passed, the lightning was destroyed. The next second, Liao Gumming turned into a giant. His huge palm reached out and grabbed at the 18 stars in the sky like a god plucking the sun and moon. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell. The eye of the formation was the 18 stars in the sky. As long as those stars were destroyed, the formation would collapse on its own. Boom! The 18 stars emitted an intense light and turned into 18 20-meter-tall giants that surrounded Liao Gumming. Outside the array, the battle became more and more intense. However, the true center of the battle was the battle between Qin Shujian and Wen Yuanju. This was an elder at the peak of the divine martial realm from the Heavenly Corpse sect. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to fight back. His body, which was comparable to a half-step Dao artifact, had already cracked. Blood flowed all over the ground. Qin Shujian's killing intent surged. The potential of the ancient immortal land was unleashed to the limit. Each of his punches had the power to shatter the heavens and earth, not giving Wen Yuanju a chance to recover. As for the other members of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they didn't even have the slightest chance to intervene. Cough cough. Wen Yuanju coughed up blood as he struggled to raise his hand to block the attack. However, he suffered an even fiercer attack. Until now, he had never thought that he would lose so miserably. He didn't use any external means. It was just his physical strength that crushed him. Qin Shujian clenched his fist with a cold expression. Looks like I'll be the one to kill you today. Peak of the divine martial realm is just SOSO. After that, he punched out. Wen Yuanju's chest immediately caved in, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, under the terrifying explosion of power, his entire body was sent flying into the air. Qin Shujian stepped into the void and didn't stop attacking. All of his attacks landed on Wen Yuanju's body. After a dozen breaths, boom! Wen Yuanju's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist that scattered in the void. At this point, the scene fell silent. Elder Wen is dead. He was killed by Qin Shujian. For the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Wen Yuanju's death was more shocking than the death of any divine martial realm cultivator. Wen Yuanju. He was one of the top experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect after Liao Gumming. His strength was not only in Nanfeng Prefecture, but also in the entire cultivation world of the Great Zhao dynasty. Even the people of the Yuan sect were shocked by what had happened. Their sect master's trump card was the formation Dao, but in terms of his cultivation, he had just stepped into the divine martial realm. In their opinion, Qin Shujian's strength was far inferior to Wen Yuanju's. But now, Qin Shujian blasted Wen Yuanju into pieces in the air, completely showing a crushing stance. This situation was completely out of everyone's expectations. After a short period of shock, the morale of the Yuan sect was greatly boosted. Sect leader is invincible. It was unknown who shouted, but it completely broke the momentary silence. Then, the battle broke out again. Xiong Haogan controlled his sword with spirit god Xiong Haogan. 27 low-grade spirit weapons formed a powerful sword formation to fight against the enemy. His opponent. He was one of the few elders of the Heavenly Corpse sect who was above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Xiong Haogan was originally a high-grade formation master, and he had been at this level for many years. To be able to reach this level from a wandering cultivator, apart from having great luck, his talent was undeniable. So after entering the Yuan sect, he had observed the Grandmaster methods that Qin Shujian had left in the formation hall. He had already reached the level of being able to break through to the formation master level, and his strength in the formation Dao had become even more profound. Combined with his own 3rd level of the divine martial realm. Even when facing an expert of the 7th level of the divine martial realm, Xiong Haogan was not at a disadvantage. But this was merely not at a disadvantage. It was almost impossible for him to win. After Yuan Wanzhou's death, although Xiong Haogan was shocked, his confidence had greatly increased, and the power of his sword formation had also increased. On the other side, the elder who was fighting against Yuan Wanzhou was clearly enraged by Yuan Wanzhou's death. Boom! He punched out, and the two long swords were sent flying. Then, the elder's body exploded, and a spiritual long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Xiong Haogan with a momentum that could destroy everything. Seeing this, Xiong Haogan's expression changed, and then he activated his spirit god. The 27 long swords turned into a sword shield, and directly blocked the elder's attack. Ding! Sparks flew. The long sword trembled slightly, as if it would break at any time. A terrifying vibration came from the sword, and it made Xiong Haogan feel a slight pain in his head. However, he did not retreat just like that. Instead, he endured the pain of the spirit god, and activated the sword formation to continue to trap the divine martial realm cultivator. Looking at the current situation, Xiong Haogan understood that he did not need to kill his opponent. It was enough to trap him. It's a pity that the 27 longswords are all low-grade spiritual weapons. If I can gather 27 high-grade spiritual weapons and form a sword formation, I won't be afraid of a 7th-level divine martial realm cultivator. He felt a little regretful in his heart. Although low-grade spiritual weapons were strong, their power was weakened by a lot for such an expert. However, it was too difficult to collect 27 high-grade spiritual longswords. To be able to gather all the low-grade spiritual weapons, he had already used up all his wealth. This was also because he had a good relationship with Shen Yuqing, and was lucky to get the spiritual weapons. For this, the formation hall still owed a lot of debts. But now that he had truly unleashed the power of the sword formation, Xiong Haogan knew that this debt was worth it. Like Xiong Haogan, he was not the only one who faced experts above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. The golden lotus bloomed. Zheng Fang held the golden lotus in his hand, and he was already in an invincible position. His opponent was also a great cultivator above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Although the first elder of the Yuan sect only had the cultivation of the airborne realm, his true essence was so vast that it seemed to be endless. It was constantly flowing into the golden lotus, and he directly stalled a top expert of the heavenly corpse sect. An airborne realm cultivator, you're courting death. Hong Ningtian was furious now. He did not have any weapons. He, who cultivated a body refining technique, was comparable to a half-step Dao artifact. Unless he had a Dao artifact in hand. Otherwise, no spiritual tool would be as useful as his own body. Looking at Zheng Fang in front of him, the killing intent in Hong Ningtian's heart was unprecedentedly strong. An airborne realm cultivator, if it was under normal circumstances, he could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, Zheng Fang had a 6th-grade golden lotus to protect him. In terms of defensive ability, he was not weaker than an expert at the peak of the divine martial realm. Under such circumstances, he was like a turtle shell that was difficult to break. For this, Hong Ningtian did not want to pay attention to him and planned to kill the other Yuan sect cultivators. However, as soon as he stopped, the other party would immediately launch an attack, like a maggot in the bone, entangling him and not allowing him to escape. Although the other party was in the airborne realm, the spiritual power was not weaker than a great cultivator in the Vision Saint realm, and it was endless as if it would never be exhausted. As a result, the anger in Hong Ningtian's heart could be imagined. He could not break through the defense, and the other party would not give him a chance to leave. In this way, the only thought left in his heart was to kill Zheng Fang. Hong Ningtian's expression was cold, and his attacks did not stop. I want to see how long your spiritual essence can last. When your spiritual essence is exhausted, I will take your life. Zheng Fang's expression was indifferent. He did not take Hong Ningtian's deterrence to heart at all. This great elder of Yuan sect, who did not show off his strength, had an indifference that ordinary people did not have at this moment. With a 6th-grade golden lotus in hand, he was in an invincible position. As for the depletion of spiritual essence that the other party said, Zheng Fang was not worried at all. The everlasting youth technique that he cultivated was not a powerful technique, but it had an advantage that others did not have, and that was longevity. Although Zheng Fang was only in the airborne realm now. However, In terms of the foundation of his spiritual essence, he was not weaker than a great cultivator in the Vision Saint realm. Therefore, if Hong Ningtian wanted to exhaust his spiritual essence, it was destined to be something that could not be done in a short period of time. At this time, the void trembled, and a terrifying fluctuation suddenly spread out. Chapter 434. The void trembled. It was as if something terrifying was about to come out at any time. Qin Shujian, who was fighting against a great cultivator of the god martial realm, frowned when he saw this. Diviner realm cultivators are really troublesome. It had been less than an hour since the formation had trapped the other party, but the formation was already showing signs of breaking. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian immediately punched the god martial realm cultivator and pushed him back. Then, he flew into the sky and punched down 3 times, directly suppressing the halberd that was fighting with Qian Shanxue. Then, the powerful spiritual deity descended, together with the sharpness of the 3-seal Dao artifact. The 2-seal Dao artifact halberd was immediately suppressed. The moment he suppressed the halberd, Qin Shujian forcefully put it into his storage ring. Then, he took a step forward and entered the formation. At this moment, inside the formation, 5 of the 18 stars had been broken, and the remaining 13 stars were on the verge of collapse. The power of the entire formation had suddenly weakened a lot. When Qin Shujian entered, he saw Liao Gumming shatter 2 giants with 1 punch, and the diviner realm aura swept out in all directions. Qin, book, sword. The moment Qin Shujian entered the formation, Liao Gumming sensed it and turned his gaze. The killing intent in his heart had accumulated, and he could no longer maintain his previous calmness. Not long ago, he sensed Wen Yuanzhou's death, and the soul tablet stored in his storage ring was also broken. For such an unforeseen event, Liao Gumming was shocked, but more than that, he was angry. Losing a peak god martial realm cultivator, and an elder who had the potential to break through to the diviner realm, was a great loss even for a top sect. In Liao Gumming's opinion, only Qin Shujian had the chance to kill Wan Yuanzhou. After the anger, Liao Gumming quickly calmed down, and a cold light flashed in his grey eyes. You killed Wan Yuanzhou? Peak god martial realm cultivators are just SOSO. After Wan Yuanzhou, it's your turn. Qin Shujian smiled indifferently, but there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. At least in Liao Gumming's eyes. The other party's words sounded more like a form of mockery. Looks like you're really arrogant. Be more confident. I'm really crazy. Qin Shujian nodded in agreement. Then, he hooked his finger and said, it's not like I haven't killed a sky-human stage cultivator before. I wonder, between you and the moon-devouring Yarrow Monarch, who can take a beating better? You think there's no one else in the world after killing a demon monarch who can't use his full strength? Liao Gumming laughed in anger. Ever since he had taken over the Heavenly Corpse sect, this was the first time Qin Shujian had slapped him in the face. Even if other cultivators were hostile, they would still speak in a more tactful manner. Liao Gumming had never met someone as straightforward and arrogant as Qin Shujian before. I'll show you what a celestial is. His smile faded, and as his black aura erupted, his 1,000-foot-tall body unleashed a thunderous attack. However, he did not attack Qin Shujian. Instead, he attacked again, obliterating a 20-foot-tall giant. Liao Gumming knew very well that it was very unwise to fight against an array Dao Grandmaster in a formation. Although his words were full of disdain for Qin Shujian. Judging from the formation that had trapped him just now, the other party's attainment in Array Dao was definitely not as simple as an ordinary Array Dao Grandmaster. So, what Liao Gumming needed to do now was to first break the formation in front of him, then kill Qin Shujian. A god martial realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was, he could be destroyed with a wave of his hand by a sky-human stage cultivator. As the giant was obliterated, another star in the sky shattered. The power of the formation also weakened a little as the star shattered. Qin Shujian's expression suddenly turned serious. His body did not move, but he had already appeared above the star. His fingers carved runes in the void and sent them into the remaining stars. At the same time, 12 spirit stones flew out of the storage ring and gathered in the remaining 12 square formation discs. In an instant, the entire formation suddenly changed. Everything that was supposed to be nothingness, accompanied by the swaying of the stars. Lightning sabers appeared in the hands of the 12 giants, and their power instantly soared. Boom! The 12 sabers slashed down, but Lian Gumming was not afraid. He pointed out with his finger as if to crush the void, and immediately defeated the attack. But it only defeated the attack, and the remaining power could not harm the 12 giants. Then, Qin Shujian stayed above the star, controlling the changes of the formation. Sometimes the sabers slashed down, sometimes the lightning was dense, and sometimes the heaven and earth changed. Every change hid a terrifying killing intent. With an array Dao Grandmaster in charge, the power of the formation had increased exponentially, and there was no longer the previous turbulence. As for Lian Gumming, he was worthy of being a sky-human stage cultivator. In terms of strength, he could be called unfathomable. Fortunately, under the formation, there was a space of its own. Otherwise, the aftermath of such a battle, even a spirit martial realm cultivator would not feel good if they touched it. Crack! The pillar-like thunderbolt slammed down, and Lian Gumming smashed it with a punch. It seems that your formation is only SOSO. Remove the formation now, and Sky Origin Sect is willing to merge with the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, when I break out of the formation, it will be too late to regret. Lian Gumming attacked while sneering and threatening, trying to disturb Qin Shujian's mind. Regarding this method, Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear. With his peak array Dao Grandmaster skills, it was not impossible to suppress Lian Gumming, but that was under the condition that the formation was intact. But 1/3 of the 18 square formation plates were broken, and the power of the formation had weakened a lot. If he, the person who set up the formation, did not personally suppress Lian Gumming would be a problem, let alone suppress him. But so, although the formation was incomplete, Qin Shujian was not afraid. His divine sense spread out and covered the entire array. Then, he drew in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which turned into array patterns to stabilize the gap in the array. As for the other 12 array discs, with the addition of spirit stones, their power also increased significantly. While he was controlling the formation, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma Eye and looked at Lian Gumming, only to see his light blue fate rising. If Lian Gumming also had Dharma Eye, he would find that their fates had turned into ferocious beasts, and were constantly fighting. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian's Dharma Eye suddenly moved, and a faint light shot out from his eyes. Then, the invisible light turned into a long blade, and directly slashed at Lian Gumming's fate. Rumble in the void, a terrifying power came from the outside, and then ignored the formation's obstruction, directly acting on Qin Shujian. In his mind, only to see boundless flames ignite, as if to envelop his spirit. The moment Qin Shujian saw the boundless flames, a word emerged in his mind. Hellfire. This was different from Wisdom King Hellfire, which existed between heaven and earth. Hellfire was involved in karma, and was one of the most mysterious and unpredictable things. If a comparison had to be made, then hellfire was the same as fate. Once something that went against the common sense of heaven and earth, hellfire would come to one's body. If it was light, one's fate would weaken, and if it was heavy, one would be punished. One had to know. Fate belonged to the heavenly Tao, and humans could not easily interfere with it. The method Qin Shujian used at this time was to reduce the fate of others. Although it was not a heaven-defying act, it was enough to attract hellfire. At this time, in his mind, a spirit emitted a dense light, and no matter how much hellfire burned, it could not get close. Qin Shujian was well aware of the situation. Invulnerability. After the ancient immortal body and the red lotus of purgation, the third characteristic of invulnerability was finally confirmed by him. Although hellfire was strong, it belonged to the category of law. The invulnerability property happened to counter the effect of hellfire. The moment the saber fell, a portion of Liao Gumming's originally light green fate disappeared, and then turned into a rich yellow. Obviously, Qin Shujian's saber strike had directly shaved off his providence by a level. In the array, Lian Gumming was originally fighting with the 12 giants, but when his luck was being shaved, he felt something leave him, and then his quintessential essence seemed to have slowed down. Suddenly, his face became serious. Although fate could not be seen, but the senses of a heavenly being elite could tell that something bad must have happened. This bad feeling. It made Liao Gumming push his power to the extreme, wanting to be the first to break out of the array. At the same time, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma Eye again, and the saber fell again, and a portion of Liao Gumming's fate was cut off again. But this time, the saber did not reduce the fate level of the other party, and it only changed from rich yellow to light yellow. Rumble. Another force fell from the sky, and the hellfire surrounding the spirit god became even fiercer. In the spirit god, the dense light shone brightly, resisting the hellfire's attack. Then, another saber fell. Liao Gumming's fate immediately fell from its original light yellow color to a crimson-red color. His red luck had already reached a level where it was only a little higher than normal commoners. At this time, the sense of crisis in Liao Gumming's heart became even stronger, and the true essence that was originally circulating suddenly went a little out of control, causing his movements to pause for a moment. Then, a giant's attack arrived. Boom! His 100-feet body took the blow, and it made him take a step back. In terms of physical strength, Liao Gumming could be considered the #1 person in the entire Heavenly Corpse sect. Although the giant's attack was powerful, it was not to the extent of breaking his physical defense. However, although the giant could not break his defense, the unforeseen event that just happened made Liao Gumming's heart tremble. When he looked at Qin Shujian again, his killing intent was even stronger. Instinct told him that such a problem must have occurred because the other party had done something. I'd like to see exactly how useful your crooked methods are. Just as he was speaking, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma Eye, and the long saber of dim light slashed down once again, slicing toward his providence. Chapter 435. The 3 blades slashed down. In an instant, Liao Gumming's luck was reduced to grey. At this moment, Liao Gumming found that there was a flaw in his cultivation technique, and the true yuan in his body suddenly went berserk. The punch that was originally thrown out stopped in mid-air, and blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. Then, he was hit by the 12 giants, and directly staggered back. At the same time, a force that was far more terrifying than before suddenly crushed down from the sky. In an instant, the remaining 12 array plates trembled violently, and then suddenly shattered. Along with the array plates, 12 spiritual stones also shattered. The spiritual stones shattered. A tide of spiritual energy was set off, rushing in all directions. But now, Qin Shujian did not care so much. Because when this force bombarded down, the karmic fire that ignited in his spiritual deity became even more terrifying. Even the karmic fire that was impenetrable faintly showed signs of being unable to resist. Karmic fire. When he felt this change, Qin Shujian's face became solemn. Impenetrable. But there was a limit. Now that he had forcefully reduced a heavenly being's luck to grey, it directly attracted a powerful karmic fire. Even Qin Shujian could vaguely feel that the world seemed to be brewing something. Soon, he knew what this thing that was brewing was. Heaven's wrath. At this moment, because the array plates were broken, the array that had been covering the 2 of them was also broken. The array was broken, and along with the impact of the tide of spiritual energy, it directly spread out in the battlefield. Such a change naturally attracted the attention of the 2 sects, and also attracted the attention of the experts who were secretly watching the battle. Everyone knew. The ones who could really decide the outcome of this battle were still Qin Shujian and Liao Gumming. If the 2 of them were to fight to the death, then their sects would directly have the upper hand. Therefore, after the array was broken, all eyes on the battlefield looked at the original location of the array. There, Qin Shujian and Liao Gumming's figures appeared. Hiss, Liao Gumming is injured. A formation grandmaster is so terrifying. Even a celestial being like Lian Gumming can't fight against him. You're wrong. Formation grandmasters are good at formations. Now that the formation is broken, Qin Shujian is only a god martial realm cultivator. Even if Lian Gumming is injured, it shouldn't be hard to take down a god martial realm cultivator. In the distance, their divine wills intertwined as they continued to converse with each other. Many people were shocked by Lian Gumming's miserable appearance and the blood on the corner of his mouth. After all, the other party was a diviner. Even in the entire Great Jiao, he was a top expert. For a long time, celestial realm cultivators had created a feeling of invincibility. In addition, for so many years, there had been very few celestial realm experts to fight. Therefore, many people were in awe of the strength of such experts. Therefore, when Lian Gumming was injured, it naturally caused quite a commotion. Sect Master. Everyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect was excited when they saw Lian Gumming. Up until now, they had not gained any advantage and had even lost Wn Yuanju, who was at the peak of the god martial arts realm. Regarding this, the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect were also helpless. The cultivators of the Origin sect were generally not as strong as them, but they had too many Dao artifacts. So many that an airborne realm cultivator could rely on a 3-seal Dao artifact to contend with a 7th-level divine martial realm cultivator. Someone took a rough look and saw that the Origin sect had taken out no less than 10 Dao artifacts. 10 Dao artifacts, when controlled by a cultivator, were enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with a god martial realm cultivator. Under such circumstances, naturally, the Heavenly Corpse sect could not gain any advantage. After all, although the Heavenly Corpse sect was a top sect, the number of Dao artifacts in their hands was limited. An expert like Wn Yuanju who had a 2-seal Dao artifact was already very rare. In the end, the real stabilizing force of the Heavenly Corpse sect was Lian Gumming, a diviner. Therefore, after Lian Gumming appeared, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect felt relieved. However, compared to the Heavenly Corpse sect's morale, the people of the Origin sect felt a lot heavier. The destruction of the formation meant that they had to face a diviner. Although Qin Shujian was powerful, without the support of the formation, he could not compete with a diviner. As a result, their situation was very difficult. Kill. Today, no one from the Origin sect will be left alive. A Heavenly Corpse sect expert roared and immediately started the battle again. After saying that, the Heavenly Corpse sect expert stared at the Origin sect with a cruel gaze. The sect master has already broken the formation. You're all dead. Kill. In an instant, the Heavenly Corpse sect's attack was fierce and shocking. Regarding this, although the Origin sect's heart was heavy, he did not give up resisting because of this. Test Jian Feng took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Immediately after, he turned into 42 afterimages and finally turned into a shocking sword that attacked a prominent divine realm cultivator. 7 killing gods and demons, against the stars. The first move of entering the Dao, filled with killing intent. Test Jian Feng was one of the few in the Origin sect who could fight against an opponent who was a level higher than him without relying on a Dao artifact. Flying Battle Sage. They seemed to be in the spirit martial realm, but in fact, only when one stepped into the prominent divine realm could one understand how big the gap between the two was. Facing this heaven-shocking sword, the Vision Divine stage cultivator was greatly shocked. It was also at this moment. A powerful palm made of astral energy flew over and landed on the black rainbow. Instantly, the black rainbow shattered and a sword lotus appeared under Test Jian Feng's feet. He had already moved in the air and dispelled this powerful force. Shortly after, his gaze looked in another direction where an elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect was charging over. Divine Martial Realm. Test Jian Feng spat out these 2 words and his face finally became serious. Divine Martial Realm. If he could fight against or even kill an ordinary Vision Divine cultivator, then a God Martial Realm cultivator would be a great enemy that he had never faced before. Even when the Ji family was at its peak, they did not have such an expert. Taking a deep breath, Test Jian Feng pointed his sword at the ground. His essence, energy, and spirit had already reached a peak state as he stared at the divine martial realm cultivator that interfered. Boom! The Vision Divine stage cultivator from before didn't stop. When an expert intervened, he directly attacked Test Jian Feng. A prominent divine realm cultivator and a divine martial realm cultivator working together to kill an airborne realm cultivator. If this were to spread out, they would lose face. But for the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect, face was nothing. At this moment, the battle between the two sects was only the difference between life and death. So, cultivators like Test Gen Feng who could challenge those of a higher realm were the main targets of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The attack arrived in an instant. Tri Gen Feng's eyes were focused and his ears were alert. The long sword in his hand drew a mysterious arc in the air. The black sword aura was attached to it, as if it had turned into the blade of the Grim Reaper. It easily broke through the incoming attack. It was also when he made his move. The God Martial Realm cultivator who had been keeping a close eye on them finally made his move. Boom. The Divine Martial Realm cultivator's move was earth-shattering. Test Gen Feng rose into the air with his sword and went straight into the blue sky. Riding the sword into the blue sky, traveling between heaven and earth. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The two experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect looked at each other and directly rose into the air and chased after Test Gen Feng. Zhong Ergu was originally fighting against a Divine Martial Realm cultivator. When he saw this scene from the corner of his eye, he was instantly enraged. 1 against 2. The Heavenly Corpse sect is shameless indeed. As he spoke, the cosmic bow in his hand released a powerful wave of energy. An arrow shot out and forced his opponent to retreat. Then, he took out a cloud-piercing arrow and shot it at the Divine Martial Realm cultivator who was chasing after Test Gen Feng. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It took less than a breath of time. Good lad, you do have some style. The Cosmos Bow also praised. Zhong Ergu smiled faintly. There was a hint of smugness on his face. Of course, as the two of them chatted, the cloud-piercing arrow had already shot into the blue sky. The Divine Martial Realm cultivator who was chasing after Test Gen Feng suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out a shield from his interspatial ring and turned around to block the arrow. As soon as he turned around, he saw a cold light streaking across the sky. Then, it directly bombarded the shield. The shield that was a half-step Dao artifact could only block the cold light for 2 to 3 breaths of time before it was pierced through by this terrifying power. Freeze for me. The Divine Martial Realm cultivator did not have time to be shocked. He activated his cultivation technique and his body turned into an indestructible metal. His true essence exploded and combined with his true essence, he tried to block the cloud-piercing arrow. Boom! The moment Zhong Ergu made his move, Test Gen Feng's body suddenly scattered and turned into a shocking sword. The sword aura was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky. It directly stunned the prominent Divine Martial Realm cultivator chasing after him. A sudden change. The prominent Divine Martial Realm cultivator did not expect this. He was extremely anxious to kill Test Gen Feng, and because he was chasing after him together with the Divine Martial Realm cultivator, he did not think that Test Gen Feng would dare to counterattack. Perhaps he had expected this, but he only held back a bit of his strength. But from Zhong Ergu blocking the Divine Martial Realm cultivator to Test Gen Feng turning around to kill him, the entire process was flawless. Especially the sword aura that was like a heavenly river collapsing, it caused one's mind to waver. Everything happened too quickly. When the prominent Divine Martial Realm cultivator had just raised his true essence protective aura, the sword had already broken it and pierced through his body. The sword intent attached to the long sword suddenly exploded, instantly crushing the cultivator's internal organs and killing him instantly. Just as the cultivator was about to die, a voice rang out. The God Martial Realm cultivator used his own strength to block the arrow. His powerful true essence fell on the arrow, wanting to suppress it in one fell swoop. A shocking sword came. The Divine Martial Realm cultivator had no choice but to withdraw his true essence and cancel the thought of suppressing the cloud-piercing arrow. Then he took a step back and the sword slashed at where he was originally standing. Chapter 436. Everything happened very quickly. On the other side, Qin Shujian and Lian Gumming were standing opposite each other. One of them was silently resisting the corrosion of the karmic fire, while the other was surprised and bewildered by the sudden change in events. What method did you use? Lian Gumming stared at Qin Shujian with deep fear in his eyes. When facing an enemy, there was a problem with the cultivation method, and then he hurt himself. For a cultivator, this was something that was almost impossible. Not to mention a diviner, even an ordinary basic realm cultivator might not necessarily have such a situation. So, the previous problem must have happened because the other party used some strange method. For unknown things. Even a celestial realm powerhouse would have scruples in their hearts. Qin Shujian secretly resisted the hellfire and pretended to be unfathomable. He sneered and said, "Then what method do you think this is?" Deliberately mystifying. Lian Gumming's face was gloomy as he said coldly, "In that case, I'll let you see the true foundation of my heavenly corpse sect." As he spoke, he directly formed a seal in the air, and then the earth trembled. Outside the mountain gate of the heavenly corpse sect, in a dark swamp, the calm swamp was boiling violently. A terrifying aura was slowly waking up from a deep sleep. Crack, the sky changed color, and lightning could be seen flashing in the clear sky, as if telling the world that something terrifying was about to be born. When they felt this aura, everyone's expression changed drastically. How can it be? Could it be that the heavenly corpse sect is hiding some trump card? This aura is not weaker than a diviner. Hiss. The experts of the various sects were really shocked this time. The aura was not weaker than a diviner. Could it be that the heavenly corpse sect had a second diviner? Regarding this news, not only the other experts, but even the people who were sent by the top sects to watch the battle were greatly shocked. Having one diviner and having two diviners. They were two completely different concepts. If the heavenly corpse sect, which had Lian Gumming, was considered a top sect, then having two celestial beings would make the heavenly corpse sect stand above the other top sects. This was the change brought about by the addition of a celestial. Even Qin Shujian had a grave expression on his face at this moment. Two celestial beings. To be honest, such an unforeseen event was beyond his expectations. However, according to the information he had obtained, the heavenly corpse sect shouldn't have two celestial beings. At this moment, the swamp suddenly collapsed, and a body that seemed to be made of black iron rushed out from it. A ferocious and bloodthirsty aura instantly burst out. At this moment, everyone saw where the celestial being's aura came from. He had a black iron-like body and a malevolent face that didn't look like a normal human's. His hands were long and slender, and his fingernails were sharp and sharp. He was wearing a dark brown armor. This is sect leader Jiang. When the elders of the heavenly corpse sect saw the object that had suddenly appeared, they were stunned for a second before their faces turned pale with fright. When they heard this sentence, everyone else's expression changed at the same time. Sect leader Jiang. Which sect leader Jiang? Everyone instantly thought of the previous sect leader of the heavenly corpse sect who had exhausted his lifespan and passed away. Jiang Feng. The sect leader of the heavenly corpse sect was also the first celestial being to be born in the heavenly corpse sect. It could be said that the heavenly corpse sect's position as a top sect was all because of Jiang Feng's existence. Even Lian Gumming was just a successor cultivated by him. But as early as 800 years ago, Jiang Feng had already passed away. Otherwise, Lian Gumming wouldn't have been able to become the sect leader. Some of the older experts of the heavenly corpse sect also recognized at this moment. It's really sect leader Jiang. Didn't sect leader Jiang pass away? How could this be? Although Jiang Feng's appearance had changed greatly, there were still some characteristics that were enough for these experts to recognize his true identity. Zombie. Qin Shujian stared at Jiang Feng and spat out two words. If he still didn't know what this was, then he really didn't live up to the memories of his previous life. In this world where people could live for thousands of years, the existence of zombies seemed to be very reasonable. Qin Shujian wasn't shocked by the appearance of the zombie. He was shocked that Lian Gumming had refined the body of the previous sect leader of the heavenly corpse sect into a zombie. A zombie comparable to a celestial being. Hearing this, Lian Gumming's face also revealed a look of surprise. I didn't expect you to know about zombies. This is your final trump card. Do you know why the Heavenly Corpse sect is called the Heavenly Corpse sect? It's because our sect's method is to refine zombies. At this moment, Lian Gumming seemed to have victory in his grasp and was in the mood to say a few more words. This zombie is a heavenly corpse that I cultivated using the body of a celestial being expert as a medium and combining it with the great success of my sect's secret technique. Heavenly corpses are immortal and their strength is comparable to a celestial being expert. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect has 2 celestial beings. What do you have to fight with me? Qin Shujian, it's time for you to die. At the end of his words, the cruel smile on Lian Gumming's face gradually became more and more arrogant. So what if you're an array grandmaster? So what if you have strange methods? In front of 2 celestial beings, even a celestial being array grandmaster would have a dead end, let alone a god martial realm array grandmaster. Hearing Lian Gumming's words, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change much. But when the others heard it, their expressions suddenly changed. Refining zombies. Heavenly corpses. It could be said that since the establishment of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they had never displayed any means of refining zombies. Even the experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect didn't realize that their sect had such a mysterious cultivation method and martial arts. It wasn't until Lian Gumming displayed it that they realized that their sect's strongest technique was actually refining zombies. Yuan Zhong has lost. The experts of the other sects who were watching the battle had the same thought in their minds. Lian Gumming and Jiang Feng's Heavenly Corpse could sweep the entire Yuan Zhong, not to mention the other experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The stalemate of the battle had finally become clear. However, some sects didn't want Yuan Zhong to be defeated so easily. The Heavenly Corpse sect was too strong, so strong that it made them fearful. If it was possible, these sects hoped that Yuan Zhong and the Heavenly Corpse sect would suffer heavy losses or perish together. Kill. With a thought, Lian Gumming immediately controlled Jiang Feng and charged toward Qin Shujian. In an instant, a terrifying and tyrannical aura erupted, followed by an earth-shattering attack. Qin Shujian took a step back. With a wave of his hand, thousands of formation runes fell and covered the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, boom. The formation only appeared for 1 or 2 breaths before it shattered. The formation that was casually set up couldn't last for too long. At the same time, Lian Gumming took a step forward and struck out a palm print. The power of heaven and earth descended as a terrifying palm print was formed and crushed toward Qin Shujian. The originally calm situation was suddenly broken. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shujian was besieged by 2 heavenly beings. True Yuan erupted as the dustless celestial robe on his body turned into a powerful shield, protecting him inside. Boom. 2 terrifying attacks fell and the shield of the dustless celestial robe shattered. Even a 3-seal Dao artifact couldn't withstand the attacks of a heavenly being for long. Qin Shujian's shield was shattered, and a terrifying force slammed into his body. He was sent flying through the air, and he barely managed to stabilize himself. He forced back a mouthful of blood as he swallowed it back down his throat. Then, he saw the 2 attacks coming at him again. Until now, Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered with the karmic fire. As he made up his mind, he activated his Dharma eye again. The dim light turned into a long saber and slashed at Lian Gumming's karmic luck. The saber fell. The originally grey karmic luck was shaved off like a black cloud and instantly turned black. The moment the karmic luck turned black, Lian Gumming suddenly felt a great terror descending. There was a flaw in his attack, causing it to collapse. As the attack collapsed, it caused the true Yuan to be displaced, causing the true Yuan to go berserk in his body. His body stiffened on the spot and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Apart from that, he also discovered something that shocked him. Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng's body suddenly emitted a furious divine sense, which diluted the imprint he had left on his body by quite a bit. For a moment, Lian Gumming lost control of Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, causing the Heavenly Corpse to stop attacking and quietly float in the air. Only the raging aura on his body flickered as if he was struggling fiercely. You! Cough, cough. Facing such an unforeseen event, Lian Gumming was shocked and angry. Just as he was about to say something, he choked on his saliva and coughed violently. This cough triggered the injuries in his body, causing him to spit out a lot of blood. Bad omen. An unprecedented bad omen suddenly descended. Lian Gumming found that he was so unlucky that even swallowing his saliva would cause him to choke. At this moment, a trace of fear finally emerged in his heart. Towards the unknown, anyone would instinctively feel a trace of fear. If Qin Shujian suddenly unleashed the power of a heavenly being and brutally beat him up, Lian Gumming would not be afraid. But now, he did not know what the other party did, but he just stood there and did not move, and he hurt himself. Such a method was too strange and impossible to guard against. Lian Gumming originally wanted to say something, but he hesitated and did not say anything. Just as he was thinking about his next move, the mark that was left on the heavenly corpse's body when he was refining it suddenly shattered. Such a change greatly shocked him. When he turned his head to look at heavenly corpse Jiang Feng, he happened to meet a pair of red eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 437. There was no reason. In heavenly corpse Jiang Feng's eyes, he just felt uncomfortable looking at Lian Gumming. For hundreds of years, he had been trapped at the bottom of the swamp. Originally, with the heavenly corpse's characteristics, staying in such a dark place should have been his favorite. But now, for some reason, he felt very uncomfortable when he thought about it. Even thinking about the hundreds of years of imprisonment, he felt a violent anger. This kind of anger made it want to tear the other party to shreds. Heavenly corpses did not have any spiritual intelligence. More than that, it was driven by instinct. So when this violent killing intent surged, heavenly corpse Jiang Feng instantly locked onto Lian Gumming. Roar. With a roar that did not sound like a human's voice, heavenly corpse Jiang Feng had already pounced on Lian Gumming. Lian Gumming formed a seal in his hand, trying to regain control of the heavenly corpse. But when the seal was halfway formed, it had to fail midway because of the true essence's circulation. Such an unforeseen event. It made Lian Gumming's movements pause. Then, heavenly corpse Jiang Feng's attack arrived. His withered and slender fingers clenched into a fist and heavily bombarded Lian Gumming's chest. Violent power instantly burst out. Unsurprisingly, Lian Gumming was sent flying by the attack. But his physical body had reached the level of a Dao artifact. Although it took the heavenly corpse's attack and caused his internal organs to shake, it did not cause too much damage. Stop. Lian Gumming barely managed to stabilize himself. Looking at heavenly corpse Jiang Feng, his face was full of shock and anger. He instinctively wanted to stop him. But, just as he opened his mouth, he choked on his saliva and coughed violently. His internal organs shook and he spat out dark red blood. The sudden change. Everyone was at a loss. What was going on? Originally, the two heavenly corpses were still attacking Qin Shujian. But in less than a few breaths, Lian Gumming coughed up blood and heavenly corpse Jiang Feng turned to attack the heavenly corpse sect master. Everything put together was definitely not a coincidence. Suddenly, some people's eyes fell on Qin Shujian, who was standing in the void. They could not help but feel a touch of fear in their hearts. No one was naive enough to think that this situation was caused by Liao Gumming himself. But if it wasn't Lian Gumming, then there was only one person who could have caused this. The master of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian. What kind of method is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Even a celestial being is like this. If it were used on others, wouldn't it be killing them without leaving a trace? The experts of the various sects were horrified. Things that couldn't be seen or touched were the most frightening. No one could see through what was happening in front of them. Many people connected the current situation to Qin Shujian's identity as the reincarnation of a mighty figure. A method that could deal with a celestial was not something that an ordinary cultivator could grasp. Perhaps only someone with the identity of a powerful being in his previous life could possess such strength. As for the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, at this moment, he fell into a state of confusion. The appearance of the former sect master was already shocking enough. Then, he recalled that there were two celestials on his side. Destroying Yuan Zhong would be a piece of cake. However, for some unknown reason, The two celestials from his own sect had suddenly turned against each other and started to kill each other. As for Qin Shujian, who was standing motionless in the void, he had become a bystander instead. Such a change made the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect both shocked and angry. However, they had no way of intervening. A battle between celestial beings was not something that anyone could intervene in. As for the power that Qin Shujian had displayed previously, no one thought that their strength was superior and could deal with him. So, no one cared about Qin Shujian, who was standing in the void. The battle continued without end. In the void, Qin Shujian stood motionless. In the depths of his mind, the hellfire had already burned to an extremely terrifying degree. The spiritual god's invulnerability was now on the verge of collapse. That was not all. The terrifying hellfire had even surpassed the suppression of his mind and was spreading toward his physical body. Now that Qin Shujian was fighting the hellfire with all his strength, he did not have time to care about other things. To be honest, although he understood that touching the hellfire would lead to the hellfire burning him, but if he had not completely cut off Liao Guming's hellfire, it would not have led to such a terrifying hellfire. Otherwise, with the invulnerability, he could still resist the hellfire's corrosion. But now, he was in an awkward situation. To this, Qin Shujian was also helpless. Who would have thought that Liao Guming had a celestial being zombie in his hands? Not only did he not expect this, but no one was prepared for it at all. Facing the attack of two celestial beings, Qin Shujian could only harden his heart and cut off all of Liao Guming's hellfire's hellfire. All living beings of heaven and earth would more or less have hellfire, but the majority of people had white hellfire. Those who were often unlucky might have grey hellfire. Those with grey hellfire had everything going wrong. Those with black hellfire would have bad luck. Only those who were about to die would have black hellfire. A celestial being's huge hellfire had been forcefully weakened to the point of black. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a move was defying the heavens and changing one's fate. So, the hellfire that Qin Shujian was facing now was also extremely terrifying. He still felt that some kind of great terror was approaching, as if it would descend at any time. Heaven's wrath. Qin Shujian secretly took a deep breath. Hellfire was approaching, and heaven's wrath was coming. Right now, the hellfire had not really erupted, so heaven's wrath had not really descended. If the hellfire could not be suppressed, then heaven's wrath would instantly descend. Under heaven's wrath, all living beings would be wiped out. Even a celestial being would have no way in front of heaven's wrath. Defying the heavens and changing one's fate, so one has to bear the hellfire burning one's body. This is the punishment of the heavenly Tao for those who touch the laws of heaven and earth, and it is also a test. In this case, maybe it's time to change the way to deal with the hellfire. Qin Shujian's mind was spinning rapidly. The saying of defying the heavens and changing one's fate was just an exaggeration. Everything was under the operation of the heavenly Tao. Any method was actually in accordance with heaven's will. However, hellfire was already something similar to the laws. If one wanted to touch the laws, they had to have enough strength. The hellfire was approaching. For those who were not strong enough, it was a punishment. But for those who were strong enough, it was a test in disguise. Punishment and test were just a matter of thought. Although Qin Shujian was extremely confident in his strength, he did not think that he could contend with the hellfire of this level now, let alone the wrath of heaven. In this way, if he wanted to deal with the hellfire, he had to rely on other methods. The hellfire is hellfire. If you want to offset such hellfire, you either have to rely on absolute strength, or rely on something similar to invulnerability. Finally, you have to have a strong enough hellfire. The hellfire burns hellfire, and hellfire can also drown out the hellfire. The two are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Qin Shujian thought about the hellfire and hellfire. Then, with a thought, a halberd was taken out from the storage ring. This was Wan Yuanzhou's Taoist artifact. After Wan Yuanzhou died, this Taoist artifact was forcibly suppressed by him. Originally, he planned to go back and slowly deal with this Taoist artifact. But looking at the current situation, he could not wait until then. On the other side, The halberd was taken out of the storage ring, and it immediately burst out with a strong fighting spirit, trying to break through Qin Shujian's restraint and escape into the distance. Suppress. Qin Shujian made a seal with one hand, and the true meaning of sealing fell, instantly imprisoning the halberd in mid-air. Then, he held the halberd with one hand, and his true essence surged, suppressing the resistance of this Taoist artifact. Then, with a thought, he led the hellfire to his palm. In the eyes of outsiders, Qin Shujian's arm suddenly ignited with a faint red flame, and then the flame flowed down his arm and fell on the halberd like water. Suddenly, the halberd trembled violently, as if it was enduring something terrible. Qin Shujian immediately activated his Dharma eye to look. He saw that the yellow chelene of the heavenly corpse sect's hellfire was burning from its body, constantly dissolving the heavenly corpse sect's hellfire. As for the yellow chelene of Yuan Zong, it stopped attacking at this time. Not only did it not move forward, but it also took a few steps back. Its huge eyes looked at the yellow chelene of the heavenly corpse sect with fear. It seemed that it did not dare to move forward, for fear of being contaminated by the hellfire. At this time, the huge yellow chelene of the heavenly corpse sect was being burned by the hellfire, and it was declining bit by bit. It was not until the yellow clouds turned into blue clouds that the burning hellfire was completely extinguished. At this time, Qin Shujian looked at the halberd in his hand. This two-seal Taoist artifact had been completely incinerated by the hellfire, and it was like a piece of scrap metal. With just a little force, it turned into flying ashes and dissipated. Hiss. Qin Shujian was shocked by this. The hellfire's ability was similar to the wise king hellfire that he had mastered previously. The only difference was, the hellfire could not condense into a fire lotus for him to absorb, but the wise king hellfire could. When he looked at the hellfire burning in his mind again, compared to before, the intensity of the hellfire had weakened by 1/3, and only 1/3 had not dissipated. However, the remaining 1/3 of the hellfire was no longer a threat to Qin Shujian's spiritual deity. Although the spiritual deity's impenetrability could not resist the hellfire of any intensity, it was still useful. As for the remaining hellfire, Qin Shujian did not plan to deal with it for the time being. To extinguish the hellfire, he had to use his luck. In this way, he could either use his own luck or the sect's luck to offset the hellfire, or use the luck of others to offset it. However, if he wanted to borrow the luck of other sects, he had to have a certain medium. Just like the halberd just now. As one of the heavenly corpse sect's Taoist artifacts, it was connected to the heavenly corpse sect's luck, so it could be used as a medium to extinguish the hellfire. It was a pity. This halberd did not represent all of the heavenly corpse sect's luck, so it could only offset a part of the hellfire, but not all of it. Even so, it was enough for Qin Shujian for the time being. Subsequently, he looked at where Lian Gumming and heavenly corpse Jiang Feng were. At this time, the battle between the two heavenly beings had reached a white-hot stage. No. It should be said that the battle between heavenly corpse Jiang Feng and Lian Gumming had reached a white-hot stage. In terms of strength, Lian Gumming was not weaker than heavenly corpse Jiang Feng, or rather, he was stronger than heavenly corpse Jiang Feng. In the end, heavenly corpse Jiang Feng was personally refined by Lian Gumming, so no matter how strong he could not be stronger than Lian Gumming. Qin Shujian also understood why he was in such a situation. Misfortune befell him. Now, the black luck was like a dark cloud, covering Lian Gumming. In this situation, to put it bluntly, Lian Gumming might not even be able to drink a mouthful of cold water, let alone fight. After taking a deep look at the two of them, Qin Shujian immediately leaped into the air and charged toward an elder of the heavenly corpse sect who was in the god martial realm. Lian Gumming was dealt with by heavenly corpse Jiang Feng, so the two of them fighting each other had nothing to do with him. On the contrary, because the two strongest heavenly corpse sect elders were not free, he could take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the heavenly corpse sect elder. Boom! The golden lotus shield was shattered, and the aftermath of the attack did not dissipate. Zheng Fang groaned, and a little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then, he activated his spiritual ether again, causing the golden lotus to bloom and protect his body. Until now, He had used up a lot of spiritual ether to fight against an expert above the 7th level of the God Martial Realm with the power of a 6th level Golden Lotus. This was supposed to be an upper-grade truth tier cultivation method. After he cultivated it to perfection, he found that the Eternal Youth technique was only an incomplete version. Zheng Fang used the power of the Sky Origin sect to collect the rest of this cultivation method. After collecting it, this cultivation method, which was supposed to be an upper-grade truth tier cultivation method, had officially transformed into an upper-grade spirit tier cultivation method. But in the end, he was still an airborne realm cultivator. Compared to the God Martial Realm, the gap was too big. If it were not for the 6th level Golden Lotus in hand, Zheng Fang would not even be able to withstand 3 moves and would be killed on the spot. However, even with the help of the 3-seal Taoist artifact, his spiritual ether had been severely depleted in the battle until now, and it would be difficult for him to hold on for too long. Without this turtle shell, I want to see how long you can last. Hong Ningtian showed a cruel and ferocious smile, and he did not hide his killing intent. Taking so long to deal with an airborne realm cultivator was something that should not have happened in the first place. The longer the battle went on, the angrier he became. Only by killing Zheng Fang could he vent the hatred in his heart. Thinking of this, Hong Ningtian's attacks were even fiercer. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura came down from the sky. Immediately, he was shocked. When he forced Zheng Fang back with a punch, he turned around and saw a person walking in the air. Qin Shujian. Hong Ningtian's face suddenly became serious, and even a little shocked. He had seen how Wen Yuanzhu was beaten to death by the other party. In terms of strength, although he did not think that he was weaker than Wen Yuanzhu, he was definitely not stronger. In this case, if he were to face Qin Shujian, the possibility of him losing was greater. However, as an elder of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Hong Ningtian had no possibility of retreating in the current situation. So when he saw Qin Shujian coming over, he also directly flew over and burst out with a powerful attack. Die. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. The condensed fist aura destroyed everything and directly blasted toward Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian did not retreat or dodge, and also punched out. When the two collided, a strong ripple spread out in all directions with the two as the center. Immediately afterward, Hong Ningtian's body shook, and the qi and blood in his body surged slightly, but he did not retreat because of this. From this, it could be seen that his strength was not much weaker than Wen Yuanzhu. On the other side, the battle between Lian Gumming and Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng was still ongoing. As the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, the ancient Ming had reached an unfathomable level in terms of physique refinement. The strength of his physical body was comparable to a Dao artifact. With such a strong physical body, he would be invincible against ordinary cultivators. However, as the former sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Jiang Feng's physical strength was not inferior to Lian Gumming's. Moreover, after being refined into a Heavenly Corpse through special means, he was even stronger than before. Except for his lack of spiritual intelligence, the current Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng was actually stronger than the former sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, Jiang Feng. As a result, even if it was a normal confrontation, Lian Gumming was not very confident that he could suppress the other party. Not to mention now, when misfortune struck him, he did not have much time to use any of his techniques before they all collapsed due to various reasons. So, from the beginning of the battle until now, Lian Gumming did not have any power to resist and was almost beaten into a one-sided situation. Fortunately, his physical defense was really strong. Even under such continuous and terrifying attacks, he was still able to survive until now. If it were an ordinary Heavenly Corpse sect master, he would have died by now. No. Cough cough. Impossible. Cough cough. After taking another punch, Lian Gumming retreated far away. At this time, he no longer had his original temperament. Instead, his hair was disheveled and he looked crazy. Staring at the Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng in front of him, he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Lian Gumming did not expect that the trump card that he had painstakingly refined for hundreds of years would become his biggest enemy as soon as he showed it. After taking on the fierce attacks of the other party, he already felt that his physical body was on the verge of collapse. If this went on, he would definitely die. He, the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect, would definitely die under the fist of the Heavenly Corpse he refined. Regarding this result, Lian Gumming could not accept it no matter what. Boom! His hand reached out, and a shocking wave of energy erupted from the mountain gate of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Then, a long saber flew over. This was the Heavenly Corpse sect's Tao artifact. At first, Lian Gumming did not use it because he was confident in his strength. After being trapped by the array, he did not have the chance to use the Tao artifact. Until now, facing the pressure of Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, he decided to use this Tao artifact to kill him in one fell swoop. With the 3-seal Tao artifact and his own strength, it was not difficult to deal with a Heavenly Corpse without intelligence. Just as Lian Gumming reached out and was about to grab the long saber, suddenly, the long saber seemed to be flying in the wrong direction for some reason. Then, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng reached out and grabbed the handle of the saber. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Lian Gumming looked at his outstretched hand as if he was grabbing air. Then, he looked at the Tao artifact in Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng's hand. He suddenly felt disgusted, as if he had been forced to eat hot shit. Even if he knew that he was in bad luck, he only thought that his body had been tampered with by the other party. However, the current situation destroyed Liao Gumming's last glimmer of hope. A Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng could beat him like a dead dog. Now, he even had the help of a Tao artifact. Lian Gumming didn't even need to think about it to know his fate. On the other side, after obtaining the Tao artifact, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng's violent red eyes were fixed on Lian Gumming again. The current sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect was already seriously injured. Facing Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. The reason he could last until now was all because of his tyrannical physical body that was comparable to a Tao artifact. But after the other party obtained the Tao artifact, Lian Gumming's strongest physical body was also gone. There were no accidents. In just a few minutes, Lian Gumming was beheaded by the Heavenly Corpse General without any resistance. The moment his head was separated from his body, blood sprinkled down. Sect Master. The Sect Master is dead. Seeing this scene, the other experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect were horrified. No one expected that Lian Gumming would really die in the hands of the Heavenly Corpse he refined. With Lian Gumming's death, the remaining morale of the Heavenly Corpse sect instantly dissipated. At this moment, another earth-shattering explosion sounded. Hong Ningtian lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move at all. Qin Shujian slowly withdrew his fist and then summoned Chen Shanxue, who was fighting with a divine martial cultivator. Then, without any effort, he nailed him to the ground. Lian Gumming is dead. Today, no one from the Heavenly Corpse sect will be left alive. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Qin Shujian's mouth, and then he took a step into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a large formation covered down and swallowed many illustrious saint stage cultivators. Retreat, all of you retreat. All disciples of the Heavenly Corpse sect, retreat. A Heavenly Corpse sect elder roared with bloodshot eyes. With Lian Gumming dead, the Heavenly Corpse sect's biggest advantage was gone. On the Sky Origin sect side, there was Qin Shujian, a Formation Dao Grandmaster. Moreover, without using Formation Dao, he could directly kill Wen Yuanju and Hong Ningtian. His strength had reached a terrifying level. Not to mention, Lian Gumming's death and Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng's loss of control were all because the other party used some strange method. As a result, the Heavenly Corpse sect lost the ability to compete with the Sky Origin sect. If they continued to fight, only death would await them. Perhaps by then, the entire Heavenly Corpse sect would be completely destroyed. Therefore, retreat was the only way out. In fact, there was no need for the elder to say anything. After Lian Gumming's and Hong Ningtian's deaths, there were already cultivators who fled the battlefield without looking back. Until now, the Heavenly Corpse sect's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Chapter 438. There was no need to say anything else. With the death of Lian Guming and the deterrence of Qin Shujian, the Heavenly Corpse sect was in a state of complete collapse. Although a sect had a strong cohesive force that made some people willing to die for the sect. Even if they were willing to die for the sect, they still needed to see hope. Now, Lian Guming had died. Coupled with the fact that the sect's doctrine artifact had fallen into the hands of Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, they no longer had the capital to fight against Yuan Zhong. However, there were also people who directly came to the front of Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng after killing Lian Guming. They directly knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Sect Master Jiang, the Heavenly Corpse sect has reached a critical moment of life and death. I hope you can take action and save the sect." However, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng stood in place like a statue and did not move at all. After kowtowing for a long time and seeing no reaction, that person wanted to reach out and touch him. However, the moment he reached out and touched Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, he saw a cold light flash. That cultivator could not even resist and was decapitated. A pillar of blood shot into the sky. This scene frightened many people. Although Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng had killed Lian Guming, there were still some experts of the older generation who pinned their hopes on him. However, with the death of this cultivator, the remaining hope in the hearts of others was directly shattered. Jiang Feng had died 800 years ago. The current Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng was just a zombie refined by Lian Guming. He was no longer the sect master of the past. After thoroughly recognizing this fact, some of the experts of the older generation completely gave up. Qin Shujian killed an airborne realm cultivator with a punch and then glanced at the system information. There were also many lists of casualties on it. There were some familiar names as well as some unfamiliar ones. But these were not important. Dying at the hands of the Heavenly Corpse sect meant that there was no possibility of these people being resurrected. Regarding this, Qin Shujian had long been prepared in his heart. There were no wars without casualties. If he wanted the sect to grow and expand, he had to pay the price. He had already seen through all these things. Then, his gaze fell on Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, who was standing in place and holding the doctrine artifact of the Heavenly Corpse sect. To tell the truth, Qin Shujian couldn't think of a way to deal with this zombie. When he looked over with his Dharma eyes, Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng also did not have the so-called providence. In other words, strictly speaking, the other party was not a living being born from the world. Immediately, Qin Shujian thought of some information he had heard before. Jump out of the 3 realms, not within the 5 element. I've heard that zombies are immortal and can even transcend the cycle of reincarnation. He had heard this information before, but he didn't have any real evidence, so he just thought about it. The Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng seemed to be in a standby state after killing Lian Guming. Suppressing his curiosity, Qin Shujian decided to ignore the Sky Corpse for now. Once the Heavenly Corpse sect was completely destroyed, he would slowly deal with this matter. However, Qin Shujian sensed the intertwining telepathic thoughts in the distance and sneered, "Let's deal with the matter at hand first." Thinking of this, he flew straight into the sky, and then the mighty spiritual deity completely erupted. Terrifying telepathic thoughts swept out in all directions like a wave. "Today is a grudge between my sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. You can watch the battle, but please don't interfere. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile." His voice was mighty, and it directly spread hundreds and thousands of miles. Everyone who heard this voice had a great change in expression. As for the experts of the various sects who were hiding in the dark, they secretly said in their hearts, "Arrogant." However, they only said these words in their hearts. If these people were to say it in person, they still wouldn't have the courage. The Heavenly Corpse sect, which had the battle strength of 2 heavenly beings, was gone. Among the sects present, no one dared to say that they were more tyrannical than the Heavenly Corpse sect. Or rather, many sects might not even be 1/10 of the Heavenly Corpse sect, so what qualifications did they have to clamor with Yuan Zhong? Therefore, although Qin Shujian's approach seemed arrogant, in fact, he had the capital to be arrogant. Suddenly, someone appeared from the dark and cupped his hands from a distance. "Sect Master Qin, please rest assured. We are only here to watch the battle. We have no intention of interfering. I admire Yuanzong's divine power. Today, Yuanzong destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, which is really a blessing. However, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Another person came out from the dark and cupped his hands. After saying this, he turned and left. Then, the others did the same. If Qin Shujian didn't expose them, it would be fine. Since he had exposed them, if they continued to hide, it would be inevitable that they would be disrespecting him. Therefore, it was better to stand out openly. However, no matter who it was, they didn't stay for long. After standing out, they said a few words politely, then directly cupped their hands and left. There was no other way. Qin Shujian gave them too much pressure. Rather than stay here, it was better to leave. However, it was a pity that such a huge amount of resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect would fall into Yuanzong's hands in the end. There were quite a few people who were secretly envious of this. However, they only envied it and didn't dare to show any thoughts. Qin Shujian looked coldly at these people who appeared one by one and then left one by one. He didn't stop them, nor did he say much. Zhong Ergu came to Qin Shujian's side and looked at those people with eagerness. Sect leader, they are watching the battle in the dark. They must have some evil thoughts. Why don't we just take action and kill them all? You alone? Qin Shujian glanced at him. This butt-face was a little arrogant now. Zhong Ergu smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and said, "There is no need to take action. It is easy to kill them, but it is not easy to destroy the sect behind them. Now that we have consumed a lot of resources to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect, it is not suitable for our sect to start another war for the time being." At this point, he looked into the distance and sneered. His voice seemed to have returned to normal. However, if their sect strikes first, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After that, the figures in the distance who hadn't completely left staggered and almost lost their balance in the air. Go quickly. This was the only thought in the minds of those cultivators. They were very clear. Who was Qin Shujian talking to? If it was before, they wouldn't have thought much of it. However, after destroying the Heavenly Corpse sect, the deterrence of the other party's words was too great. At this moment, Qin Shujian's eyes fell on the battlefield that had shrunk a lot. Then he lowered his body and charged toward the other powerhouses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Things were much simpler after that. Once the Heavenly Corpse sect was defeated, it would completely collapse. With Qin Shujian's help, no matter if they were at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm or at the early stage of the Divine Martial Realm, as long as they were not at the Heavenly Human Realm, they would die. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect had no opponents to contend with at all. Soon, all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Corpse sect who came out to fight, as long as they didn't retreat, were all killed. It wasn't that no one thought of surrendering. It was just that the Origin sect didn't accept surrendering at all. Soon, the news of the sect master's death and the defeat of the sect's powerhouses completely spread throughout the Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch and all the other branches. Immediately, a large number of disciples scattered in all directions. Qin Shujian immediately ordered, "Everyone, go to the various branches of the Heavenly Corpse sect and kill everyone who remains in the branches. In addition, take away all the resources of the branches." "Yes, sir." The other cultivators of the Origin sect all cupped their hands and accepted the order. Everyone's face was more or less filled with excitement. It was easy to imagine how rich the treasures of a top sect were just by thinking about it. Although it was only a branch of the Heavenly Corpse sect, after thousands of years of accumulation, there must be a lot of treasures in the treasury. Although the treasures and resources collected had to be handed over to the sect. However, if there were some extra gains, no one would say anything even if you pocketed them, as long as it wasn't too excessive and obvious. Qin Shujian was also aware of these things. In this regard, he turned a blind eye and didn't restrict them too much. After all, the cultivators in the sect fought with their lives for these cultivation resources. If they didn't get any benefits, then who would be willing to work for you next time? To put it bluntly, the sect was no different from the cold mountain village of the past. At most, One was a force recognized by the world on the surface, while the other was operating in the dark, which was not tolerated by the righteous path. However, benefits were the same everywhere. But you have to be careful. There may be some powerhouses of the Heavenly Corpse sect left in the branches. Be careful not to fall into the gutter. We understand. Soon, the cultivators of the Origin sect scattered and went to the various branches of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Zhong Ergu and said, "Take some people to the Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch and clean it up. I'll lend you Qian Shanxue for the time being." As he spoke, he had already released the hand holding the hilt. Qian Shanxue floated in the air and flew to Zhong Ergu's side. The Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch was different from others. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any hidden powerhouses. Although Zhong Ergu had the Chenkuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, he was still a little weaker if he encountered a powerhouse at the peak of the divine martial realm. With Qian Shanxue's help, the problem would be a lot smaller. Hearing this, Zhong Ergu immediately accepted the order. Then, he led the remaining Origin sect powerhouses to the Heavenly Corpse sect's main branch. In the same place, only Qin Shujian was left. Apart from that, there was Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, who stood motionless like a statue, and the Heavenly Corpse sect's Dao artifact in his hand. However, he didn't immediately do anything to Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng. Instead, he first went to the location of Liao Guming's corpse. It hadn't been too long since Liao Guming died, so everything hadn't been refreshed yet. Qin Shujian was also very curious about what a Heavenly Corpse sect's supreme cultivator would have. Although he wasn't the one who killed Liao Guming, as long as Liao Guming was dead, his belongings would still be there. Corpse search. And it was a Heavenly Corpse sect's supreme cultivator. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was faintly excited. He hadn't searched a corpse for so long that he almost forgot how it felt to do so. He came to the front of Liao Guming's corpse. His divine sense swept across the corpse, but he didn't find anything. Then, he took the corpse's storage ring and bent down to personally search it. After finally confirming that there was nothing extra, he really got up. It seems that all of Liao Guming's resources are in this storage ring. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, Qin Shujian immediately used his true essence to force out a little blood, and then directly dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. After Liao Guming's death, the master recognition mark on the storage ring had disappeared. Therefore, he didn't encounter too many obstacles in reclaiming ownership of the storage ring. After dripping his blood on it to claim ownership, Qin Shujian's divine sense sank into it. Immediately, a huge space directly appeared in his perception. This space was more than 3 times bigger than the storage ring on his hand. It was obviously a real treasure. And the storage ring was also piled with resources. Among them, there were the spirit stones that Qin Shujian had been thinking about. 17 spirit stones. This is a good deal. After seeing the number of spirit stones, he revealed a smile on his face. When he was setting up the array, 12 spirit stones were directly broken, which made him lose a lot. Now that he had obtained 17 spirit stones from the storage ring, he had made a lot of extra money. And this was only a part of the resources in the storage ring. Then, Qin Shujian moved his divine sense again, and in the next second, a token appeared in his hand. You have obtained the Heavenly Corpse sect's Sect Master token. The system's information came as expected. Looking at the token in his hand, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. The Heavenly Corpse sect's Sect Master token. Then, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Unfortunately, this token is not of much use to me now. The Sect Master token was different from the Novice Village's token. The Novice Village's token contained the luck of the entire Novice Village. As long as the token was integrated, it would directly devour the luck of the entire Novice Village. But the Sect Master token was different. The Sect Master token was more of a symbol of identity, and it did not contain any luck. Because any sect had the existence of the sect's most precious treasure. And the luck of the sect was almost all contained in the sect's most precious treasure. As for the Sect Master token, there was no luck at all. However, if he used the Sect Master token in his hand, he could indeed become the Sect Master of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, for Qin Shujian, He did not need this token at all. The Heavenly Corpse sect was going to be destroyed by him, so what was the use of the identity of the sect master of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian casually tossed the sect badge back to him. Then, he came in front of the Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng. Right now, the biggest problem was the undying zombie that possessed the battle prowess of a celestial being. Heavenly Corpse. Qin Shujian looked at the motionless zombie that was like a sculpture in front of him and thought to himself. To tell the truth, although he knew about the existence of zombies, he did not have a deep understanding of them at all. He did not even know how Lian Gumming controlled the zombie in front of him. Now standing in front of this Heavenly Corpse, Qin Shujian also had to prevent the zombie from suddenly attacking him. After all, no matter what, this was a monster that killed Lian Gumming, so its strength was evident. To tell the truth, if possible, Qin Shujian did not want to destroy this zombie. It did not have intelligence, but its strength was amazing. Where could he find such a fighter? If the Sky Origin sect had one more heavenly being, then its power would definitely be stronger. Wait, Lian Gumming. Qin Shujian looked at the zombie in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed as he remembered something. Then, his divine sense entered the storage ring that he had just obtained. Since Lian Gumming can refine heavenly corpses, then he must have left behind the method of refining heavenly corpses. Looking at the reaction of the other people in the Heavenly Corpse sect when they saw the Heavenly Corpse, they obviously did not know that the Heavenly Corpse sect had such a method of refining heavenly corpses. In that case, the Heavenly Corpse sect's method of refining heavenly corpses was either passed down from generation to generation, or Lian Gumming accidentally obtained it himself. But no matter what, Lian Gumming must have carried such a precious thing with him, so he must have left it in the storage ring. Qin Shujian's thoughts turned, and his divine sense rummaged through the storage ring at the same time. Not long after, a crystal appeared in his hand. Qin Shujian was no stranger to this kind of crystal. When he first obtained the god-slaying demon-slaying great array, it was also sealed with a crystal like this. After searching through the entire storage ring, there is only one crystal. It might be the method to refine heavenly corpses. Qin Shujian's expression kept changing, and he did not immediately touch the crystal with his divine sense. No one was sure what was inside the crystal. After hesitating for a while, he still could not resist the temptation of controlling heavenly corpses, and sent a bit of his divine sense into the crystal. At this moment, Qin Shujian was incomparably vigilant. As long as there was a trace of something wrong, he would immediately cut off this strand of divine sense, making a move to sacrifice the rook to save the king. However, the problem that he expected did not appear. When his divine sense landed, a huge amount of information suddenly surged up. Soon, in Qin Shujian's mind, the system's information appeared. You have learned the special martial art, Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Looking at the system's information, Qin Shujian softly muttered. Just a moment ago, he had already obtained everything about the Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Just as he thought, this was indeed a method to refine corpses. However, in the Hidden Passage Secret Technique, there was no method to control and refine heavenly corpses, only the method to control and refine iron corpses. Subsequently, Qin Shujian checked his own attributes, and finally found the Hidden Passage Secret Technique in the Special Martial Art column. Special Martial Art, Hidden Passage Secret Technique, Level 1, plus. Seeing this, he already understood that if he wanted to learn the method to refine or control heavenly corpses, he would need to level up the Hidden Passage Secret Technique. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at his life force source again. Since the start of the battle, Yuan Zhong had killed many experts from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and his life force source had directly soared to more than 20 million. A part of such a huge life force source came from himself. Come, let's see how much this Hidden Passage Secret Technique can improve today. With more than 20 million life force source in his hands, Qin Shujian was not afraid. As he thought this, 10,000 life force sources disappeared, and the Hidden Passage Secret Technique instantly transformed from level 1 to level 2. A new wave of information surged from the depths of his mind. Level 2 of the Hidden Passage Secret Technique allowed one to refine and control silver corpses. The strongest silver corpses were comparable to the peak of the true martial realm. Seeing that 10,000 life force sources had been consumed, Qin Shujian's heart calmed down. This consumption was much lower than he had expected. Soon, another upgrade occurred. 100,000 life force sources, level 3 of the Hidden Passage Secret Technique, golden corpses. 1,000,000 life force sources, level 4 of the Hidden Passage Secret Technique, earth corpses. 10,000,000 life force sources, level 5 of the Hidden Passage Secret Technique, heavenly corpses. In one breath, Qin Shujian directly upgraded the Hidden Passage Secret Technique to level 5, and directly consumed more than 11 million life force sources. After upgrading to level 5, he stopped. It was not that he did not want to continue upgrading, but because he did not have enough life force sources. And when the Hidden Passage Secret Technique was upgraded to level 5, Qin Shujian finally got what he wanted. The method to refine and control sky corpses. After digesting all the information, Qin Shujian calmed his mind and then looked at Sky Corpse Jiang Feng in front of him. His throat suddenly moved, and a stream of blood was forced out of his mouth. After the blood was forced out, he was wrapped in true essence and stopped in midair. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's finger was stained with his own blood. As if he had practiced this thousands of times, a rune was formed in midair, and then fell directly on Sky Corpse Jiangfeng's body. Buzz, when the rune fell, the zombie's body shook slightly, but it did not move. Seeing this, Qin Shujian stepped forward. His blood-stained finger was no longer inscribing in midair, but directly writing strange runes on the zombie's body. After a long time, after Qin Shujian finished drawing the last rune, his finger fell on Sky Corpse Jiangfeng's forehead. In an instant, all of the engraved runes seemed to have been activated. They emitted a blood-red glow before quickly concealing themselves. At the same time, a vague connection was born from the zombie in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took 2 steps back and said, "Take 2 steps to the left and see." After saying this, the Sky Corpse zombie, who had been motionless, turned sideways and took 2 steps to the left. Not 1 step more, not 1 step less. Ha ha. Seeing this, Qin Shujian could not help but laugh out loud. His voice was full of joy. Successfully controlling the Sky Corpse Jiangfeng meant that Yuan Zhong officially possessed the battle prowess of a sky being, together with his own words as a formation master. At this moment, Yuan Zhong was an existence that could be counted with one's fingers among all the top sects. In this way, there would be fewer sects that could compete with Yuan Zhong. Looking at Sky Corpse Jiangfeng in front of him, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "Since your name was Jiangfeng when you were alive, then you will be called Jiangfeng in the future." Jiangfeng's tyrannical red eyes flickered a little, but he did not make any move. Qin Shujian did not pay attention to it. Zombies were like this. Rather than a living creature, it was better to call it a killing weapon. In terms of spirituality, it was slightly inferior to spirit weapons and Dao weapons. "Give me the long saber in your hand." Chapter 439. Jiang Feng handed over the long saber as instructed. Although the Sky Corpse had low intelligence, it could still understand some simple instructions. Jiang Feng took the long saber in his hand. Qin Shujian could feel the long saber trembling and its strong will to resist. As the Heavenly Corpse sect's Dao artifact, this saber had been with the Heavenly Corpse sect for many years and had already formed a strong connection. Now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed, the long saber could also feel its sorrow and its own fate. However, no matter how strong its resistance was, Qin Shujian's vital essence sealed it tightly, not giving the long saber a chance to escape or resist. Looking at the 3-seal Dao artifact in his hand, Qin Shujian's eyes also had some regret. Even in the entire Yuan sect, there weren't many Dao artifacts of this level. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary might. If it was possible, he hoped to subdue this Dao artifact and increase the strength of the sect. Unfortunately, now that the Origin sect's luck had reached its peak, if he forcefully subdued this 3-seal Dao artifact, the sect would definitely be promoted to a 6th grade force. Therefore, the thought of subduing the long saber had just arisen in his mind when it was extinguished by Qin Shujian. What a pity! He let out a long sigh, his face full of regret. He could not subdue it. If he subdued it, the origin sect could be considered to have declined. Moreover, Qin Shujian looked at the hellfire that was still burning the spiritual deity and secretly shook his head again. The hellfire was not extinguished, after all, it was a hidden danger. Although he had used the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck to extinguish a part of the hellfire, the remaining hellfire could not be underestimated. With the special trait of being invulnerable, this level of hellfire could not affect him too much. But what about in the future? If he cut off the luck of others again, when the two overlapped, he would end up being burned by the hellfire again in an instant. Therefore, the hellfire had to be completely extinguished. And the only way to extinguish the hellfire now was to use luck. Since he could not use the luck of the origin sect, he could only use the luck of other sects. Thinking of this, under the guidance of Qin Shujian's mind, the hellfire that was burning the spiritual deity followed his arm toward the Heavenly Corpse sect's Tao artifact. The moment the hellfire appeared, Jiang Feng also instinctively took 2 steps back, revealing a kind of fear towards the hellfire. Qin Shujian noticed this as well. Could it be that karmic fire is a natural counter to zombies? His heart sank slightly. This was not good news at all. If Jiang Feng was an enemy, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that he was his right-hand man, it wouldn't be good if he had a fatal weakness. However, as for this matter, Qin Shujian only thought about it too much. After all, things like karmic fire were extremely mysterious, and not many people could come into contact with it. It was also at this moment. The karmic fire in his body had already flowed into the long saber through his arm. He used his Dharma eyes to look over. A powerful flame engulfed the Heavenly Corpse sect's green cloud Chelene and incinerated it. He had originally lost a Tao artifact. The Heavenly Corpse sect's luck only dropped from yellow clouds to blue clouds. But with the fall of Lian Gumming, the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck had also declined a little. There were many factors involved in the birth of a sect's providence, but the one that gathered the most providence was the sect's most precious treasure. At this moment, with the refinement of the sect's treasure, the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck had declined again. Light blue. Red. Light red. It wasn't until the green cloud Chelene transformed into a light red cloud Chelene that the hellfire gradually subsided. Now, the Heavenly Corpse sect's luck had declined to an extremely low level. The Chelene had also become extremely illusory, as if it would collapse at any time. Subsequently, the moment the hellfire dissipated, the origin sect's yellow cloud Chelene pounced on the Heavenly Corpse sect's Chelene. Originally, they could still contend with each other and not be at a disadvantage. But now, they couldn't even last 2 rounds and were directly torn to pieces by the yellow cloud Chelene. Buzz, when the Heavenly Corpse sect's Chelene died, an invisible wave spread out. All the Heavenly Corpse sect's disciples. At this moment, a sorrowful emotion surged in their hearts. Something seemed to have disappeared from their bodies, and their bodies suddenly became empty. The Heavenly Corpse sect is gone. A disciple who escaped from the Heavenly Corpse sect looked in the direction of the sect's former location and murmured absent-mindedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the few people accompanying him were also startled. Soon after, they revealed a sorrowful expression. That's right, the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone. No one had thought that the Heavenly Corpse sect, which had stood tall in the cultivation world for thousands of years, would be destroyed so easily. Even the celestial experts in the sect would be killed just like that. On the other side, after all the hellfire was extinguished, the Heavenly Corpse sect's treasure also turned into ashes. Then, Qin Shujian dispersed the ashes and looked at Jiang Feng. Come with me. After that, he headed toward the Heavenly Corpse sect's main sect. The greatest foundation of a sect was either in the hands of the sect master or in the main sect. Qin Shujian was more experienced in these matters. Take himself for example. Some of the important things were stored in his own storage ring, but there were also many things piled up in the main sect's warehouse. Although there were many precious resources in Lian Gumming's storage ring. These resources could not be considered as the foundation of a top sect. When Qin Shujian and Jiang Feng arrived at the main sect, it caused quite a stir. Sect Master Zhong Ergu looked at Qin Shujian in shock. Or more accurately, he looked at Jiang Feng behind Qin Shujian. If he remembered correctly, this should be a heavenly corpse refined by the heavenly corpse sect. Just looking at the other party's red and violent eyes, Zhong Ergu had goosebumps all over his body. It was too terrifying. This was the might of the celestial tier. Just a simple look at him made him somewhat unable to bear it. As for the other people of the heavenly corpse sect, when they saw Jiang Feng, they instantly became vigilant. If it were not for Qin Shujian, they might have turned around and fled. Heavenly corpse Jiang Feng. He was the existence that killed the heavenly corpse sect's sect master, Lian Gumming. His terrifying strength was seen by everyone before. The scene of Lian Gumming being beaten up. For some people, it could be said that it left a deep impression. After all, no one had ever seen a heavenly being beaten up so miserably. Qin Shujian said, "Jiang Feng has been subdued by me. Don't worry." Hiss. Hearing this, other people were shocked in their hearts. Soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Sect Master's invincible power is admirable. Zhong Ergu sighed. He knew very well what it meant to subdue Jiang Feng. In this way, the heavenly corpse sect would have one more heavenly being expert. Under such circumstances, the strength of the heavenly corpse sect would definitely increase greatly. As the elders or deacon disciples of the heavenly corpse sect, they would also benefit greatly from the increase in their sect's strength. The most basic thing was that the resources they would obtain would be much more than before. This would be of great benefit to increasing their strength. Just by looking at everyone's faces, Qin Shujian knew what they were thinking. However, he was not interested in talking too much about Jiang Feng now. Instead, he looked at the entire heavenly corpse sect. How are the people of the heavenly corpse sect being dealt with? The disciples of the heavenly corpse sect have either escaped or been killed by us. At this time, there is no one else in the main sect except for the people of our sect. Zhong Ergu replied truthfully. Have you found the treasury of the heavenly corpse sect? Not yet. Do your best to find the treasury of the heavenly corpse sect. Don't miss anything. Yes. Zhong Ergu and the others respectfully accepted the order. Qin Shujian stood still as he watched the others scatter in search of the treasury. His divine sense spread out like a tide, and it didn't take long before it covered the entire heavenly corpse sect's main sect. Under the coverage of his divine consciousness, he searched inch by inch. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian moved his feet. Not long after, he appeared in front of a tall pavilion. As for Jiang Feng, he followed closely behind him. On the plaque, 3 big words were written: Book Collection Pavilion. The handwriting was like dragons and snakes. There was a sharp aura hidden in it. When Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the plaque, he suddenly saw the 3 words seemed to come alive. They turned into a sword and slashed at him. Buzz! A wave of fluctuation spread. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. A ray of light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, the sword and saber shattered. The 3 big words on the plaque of the book collection pavilion dissipated like dust when the breeze blew. Without a doubt, the person who left the words in the book collection pavilion was also a strong expert. Immediately, Qin Shujian looked at the book collection pavilion again. The door here was now open. There was no one guarding here. He stepped into it. In the blink of an eye, it was an open space. The bookshelves were filled with countless books. Qin Shujian just scanned with his divine consciousness. Most of the names on the books appeared in his mind. He found. In addition to cultivation methods and martial arts, there were also some unorthodox and strange books. They were all stored here. Just the inventory of the first floor of the book collection pavilion was several streets ahead of Yuanzhong. However, what really caught Qin Shujian's attention was the open space in the book collection pavilion. Before stepping in here, looking from the outside. Although the book collection pavilion occupied a large area, the space was definitely not as big as it was now. In fact, he had already noticed a faint space fluctuation around him, as well as the formation pattern engraved in the void. Space array. Qin Shujian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the Heavenly Corpse sect would set up a space array in the book collection pavilion. After all, to set up a space array, it must be done by an array master. But judging from the situation of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they should have invited other array masters to set up the array. Seeing here, Qin Shujian looked around with interest. The formation pattern that was invisible to others was extremely dazzling in his eyes. He also knew a little about space array. Otherwise, it would be impossible to open a portal in Cold Mountain City. However, opening a teleportation gate was one thing. A formation pattern that simply expanded space was a little different. Yuan Zhong was growing stronger day by day. The current book collection pavilion was a little insufficient for the sect. But the book collection pavilion was of great importance and could not be directly demolished. Seeing the space expansion formation of the Heavenly Corpse sect's book collection pavilion, Qin Shujian had a different idea. He found, as long as he studied this set of formation thoroughly, then he could go back and do the same. That would be enough. Then, Qin Shujian's mind calmed down. With the strength of a peak array master, it was not difficult to study such a formation pattern. However, no matter how simple it was still a master-level method. It would take some time to fully comprehend it. About 10 minutes passed. Qin Shujian's divine consciousness returned to his body. When he looked at the expanded space around him again, the corners of his mouth were already revealing a smile. The person who set up this space array should be a new array master. However, the storage of array resources is extremely rich. I wonder who did it. A thought appeared in his mind. Then, he shook his head and spread out his divine consciousness. Like a big hand, it grabbed all the books on the bookshelf. Then, he threw them into the storage ring. Soon, the original storage ring was all piled up. But in the entire first floor of the book collection pavilion, there were still nearly half of the books that had not been put in. Seeing here, Qin Shujian sighed again. The foundation of a top sect for thousands of years is really amazing. Just the book collection pavilion alone is not something that other sects can compare to. Compared to the Heavenly Corpse sect, Yuan Zhong was completely defeated in this matter. Fortunately, Qin Shujian did not only have a storage ring, but also the huge storage ring that he had seized from Lian Gumming. Not long after, all the books on the first floor of the book collection pavilion were emptied by him. Then, Qin Shujian entered the second floor of the book collection pavilion. Like the first floor, the second floor was also set up with a space array. The area was not smaller than the first floor. But on the other hand, there were much fewer books placed on the second floor. When he scanned with his divine consciousness, all the books here were cultivation techniques and martial arts. As for the first floor, there was not a single book. Same method, same emptying. When all the books on the second floor were taken away, Lian Gumming's storage ring was also filled to the brim. He put the storage ring on his finger. Qin Shujian took out the third storage ring and stepped onto the third floor of the book collection pavilion. In less than an hour, he had already walked through the entire book collection pavilion. When he came out, he had a total of 5 storage rings on his hand. At the same time, the other people of the Yuan sect also found the Heavenly Corpse sect's treasury. Rumble. Shocking fluctuations came as if there was an intense battle. In front of a treasury, many people stopped in their tracks. What stopped them was not some other powerhouse, but a powerful defensive formation. Zhong Ergu held the Qiankuan bow and attacked the array with the help of the Qianshan blood. But he did not see any hope of breaking the array. This tortoise shell is too hard. He did not have the energy to complain about the array in front of him. With 2-3 Seal Dao artifacts, even a peak divine martial realm cultivator would be able to defeat him. But now, it could not do anything to the array. Boom! Another lightning saber slashed down, accompanied by a shocking arrow. The entire defensive formation emitted an intense light, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was immediately drawn over. The formation, which was originally on the verge of collapse, recovered to its original state. Huff! Zhong Ergu was panting. He used all his strength to activate the three-seal Dao artifact without stopping. The true Yuan in his body could not continue. What's going on? Qin Shujian flew over and landed beside Zhong Ergu. Seeing the arrival of his sect master, Zhong Ergu's expression relaxed. Then, he said awkwardly, "Sect master, this is the treasury of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Unfortunately, there's an array protecting it. We can't break it in a short time." A Grandmaster-level defensive array. Qin Shujian saw through the array at a glance. Then, he shook his head and said, "It won't be easy to break this array unless one has the strength of a heavenly being." From the spatial array in the library, he knew that the Heavenly Corpse sect had invited a formation Grandmaster to set up the array. Now that there was an additional Grandmaster-level defensive formation in the treasury, it was naturally not a surprising thing. To break a Grandmaster-level array, either one had to have the strength of a heavenly being or break the array with an array. Although Qin Shujian's strength was comparable to a peak Divine Martial Realm cultivator, he was only at the peak Divine Martial Realm. Even with a Dao artifact, he could not break through this threshold. However, Qin Shujian looked back at Jiang Feng and said, "Go, break this array in front of you." After that, a tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Feng's body. When he took a step forward, the ground instantly cracked, and the entire mountain peak of the main sect seemed to shake. Then, under the horrified eyes of Zhong Ergu and the others, a punch blasted towards the defensive formation. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a powerful fluctuation spread out. When Qin Shujian stepped back, he casually set up a simple array to cover the fluctuation and prevent it from spreading out. The Grandmaster-level defensive array shook violently. It took Jiang Feng's punch head-on. Such a powerful force had already shaken the array pattern. Then, Jiang Feng's attack did not stop. He punched the array again and again, and the terrible power of the Heavenly Corpse sect was completely vented. As for the shockwaves that spread out, they were firmly isolated by the array set up by Qin Shujian. Every time the array was broken, Qin Shujian would casually set up another array to suppress the spread of the shockwaves. A quarter of an hour passed. That defensive array formation of the treasure vault was finally broken with a loud bang under Jiang Feng's one punch. Seeing this, Qin Shujian removed the array, and then let Jiang Feng take the lead to open the door of the treasure vault, and he and others followed in. This is the treasure vault of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hiss. After entering the treasure vault, many of the Yuan sect's cultivators were stunned. From time to time, some of them gasped, as if they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Materials. Casting materials and alchemy materials were neatly placed on the shelves. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that all the materials were at least at the 6th level. In addition to that, incalculable gold, silver, and jewelry were all piled up and thrown away like garbage. There were also a large number of weapons and armors neatly placed. Someone picked up one of the weapons and suddenly cried out, "Spiritual weapon, these are all spiritual weapons." Hearing this, Li Changshou said. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. Spiritual weapon. As far as the eye could see, the number of spiritual weapons was probably a little too much. At this time, Qin Shujian was also shocked by the Heavenly Corpse sect's inventory. But on second thought, it didn't take too long. No matter what, the Heavenly Corpse sect was a top sect that had been around for thousands of years. The resources in the treasure vault were extremely rich. Now, there seemed to be a lot of spiritual weapons, but in the face of thousands of years of accumulation, it was considered normal. After suppressing the joy in his heart, Qin Shujian said, "Take everything in the treasure vault, don't leave anything behind." In fact, Qin Shujian didn't need to say anything. The people of the Yuan sect knew what to do. Then, Qin Shujian walked to the front of the treasure vault, where there were more than a dozen spiritual weapons. After he walked in, activating his Dharma eye, he found that the so-called spiritual weapons were not the kind that were artificially refined, but innate spiritual objects that had the effect of suppressing luck. Seeing this, Qin Shujian directly put away these innate spiritual objects. It could be seen. The Heavenly Corpse sect collected so many innate spiritual objects so that one day, when the spiritual objects were upgraded, they could have a few more Dao weapons. But for Qin Shujian, the Yuan sect didn't lack Dao weapons now, nor did they need more innate spiritual objects that could suppress luck. Therefore, in his eyes, these carnate spiritual objects were actually existences equivalent to luck. Not long after, someone came to Qin Shujian and said in a deep voice, "Sect Master, we don't have enough space in our storage rings." Not enough space. Qin Shujian turned around and looked at the treasure vault that still had more than half of it. He immediately frowned. He never thought that one day, he would be troubled by the lack of space in his storage rings. Everyone, tidy up your storage rings and take the valuable treasures first. As for the gold and silver, you can put them aside. At this point, he then took out the remaining 3 storage rings from his bosom and used his divine thought to store a lot of things into them. At this moment, Qin Shujian was also a little grateful to Xiao Hong. The Marquis of Bayun was a big family, and every time they brought something for him, they would leave the storage rings behind. This caused him to have a lot of storage rings on him. Originally, Qin Shujian had planned to put some of them in the sect, but he forgot to do so because he was busy. Until now, he just realized the benefits of carrying a few more storage rings with him. On the other side, Zhong Ergu and the others also listened to Qin Shujian's instructions and took the lead to collect the valuable treasures and then threw away the less valuable ones. But it didn't take long for the storage rings to be full. Seeing that there were still a lot of things, Zhong Ergu tilted his head and asked, "Sect Master, what should we do with the rest of the things?" "Destroy them." Qin Shujian shook his head. It was impossible to take them away, but if he left them behind, the Yuan sect wouldn't be a kind person. The most appropriate thing to do was to destroy all the things that he didn't take away. If he couldn't get it, no one else could. Chapter 440. The Red Lotus of Purgation Burned. It swallowed up the entire treasury. Even the Red Lotus of Purgation, a 9th-tier casting material, could quickly melt it. How could the remaining things in the treasury compare to a 9th-tier casting material in terms of hardness? Soon, the entire treasury was burned clean by the Red Lotus of Purgation. From the outside world, the original location of the treasury had turned into nothingness, and there was no trace of its existence. The scene in front of them. It did not surprise the people of Yuan sect too much. Then, Qin Shujian opened his Dharma eye again and observed the entire Heavenly Corpse sect's main mountain bit by bit. No one knew what he was looking for. The evolved Dharma eye also had all the abilities of the previous spiritual eye. It did not take long. He locked on to a location, then flew into the air and went directly to the side of the mountain. Then, he ordered Jiang Feng, "Blast this place open." After receiving the order, Jiang Feng punched out, and the power of the celestial realm erupted. The entire mountain shook violently, and a huge pit had already appeared at the mountainside. Dense cracks had already spread out in all directions. With the appearance of the pit, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly burst out. Qin Shujian did not let Jiang Feng attack this time. Instead, he took the 1,000 mountain blood himself, and then used a blade aura that was dozens of feet long to slash at the location of the pit. Rumble. The mountain collapsed, and then, under the horrified gazes of others, it directly broke and collapsed. From the outside world, they only saw that the towering mountain that had stood for thousands of years suddenly broke, and like a palace falling from the sky, it smashed toward the ground. The mountain fell. The force was hundreds of millions of katis. In an instant, the earth shook, and the mountains shook. This strong vibration could be felt in 1,000 miles radius. Such an unforeseen event attracted the attention of many people. When the other cultivators saw the broken mountain, they all wondered if they had seen wrongly. They all rubbed their eyes and then looked again. So ruthless. It's not enough to kill, but to destroy the sect and even dig out the foundation of the Heavenly Corpse sect. When the other cultivators saw this, they didn't even need to get close to know who was the culprit. As for some of the Heavenly Corpse sect's disciples who had yet to completely evacuate, grief filled their hearts when they saw that the main sect's mountain peak had been destroyed. But there was nothing they could do. With the Heavenly Corpse sect's current battered army, what could they use to fight Yuan Zhong? On the other side, As the mountain peak broke apart, it also shocked the other people in Yuan sect. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, had arrived at what used to be the mountainside, but was now the mountaintop. There. It was a jade-like vein. A huge amount of heaven and earth spirit chi was overflowing from the jade mine. Spirit stone lode. Qin Shujian was surprised at first, but then he smiled. As a top sect, how could the Heavenly Corpse sect not have buried spirit stones to improve the earth veins? Now that he had shaved off the mountain peak, he finally found the place where the Heavenly Corpse sect buried their spirit stones. However, what surprised Qin Shujian was that not only were there spirit stones buried in the Heavenly Corpse sect's mountain gate, but because too much time had passed, the spirit stones had developed into a vein, and the surrounding areas that were originally ordinary stones had been assimilated into jade. These jade stones. They also stored heaven and earth spirit chi for people to absorb and refine. However, unlike spirit stones, the spirit chi in these jade stones would not recover on its own once it was depleted. It was a one-time consumable. However, for Qin Shujian, these jade stones were all good things to carry the array carving. They were also needed for the sect's inheritance. It could be said that spirit stones were precious, and so were the accompanying jade stones. Qin Shujian did not hesitate too much. He used the 1,000 mountain blood and directly dug out the entire spirit stone lode. When his divine thought scanned it, the number of spirit stones contained in the spirit stone lode was also clear. 36 spirit stones. Qin Shujian secretly took a breath, and the smile on his face became even brighter. 36 spirit stones. This harvest was not ordinary. Looking at the accompanying jade stones, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms, which were also valuable. Then, he threw out some of the less valuable things in the storage ring, and then put the spirit stone lode into it. Immediately, the red lotus of purgation refined and destroyed all the things he threw out. At this point, all the resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect had been plundered clean. When his divine thought spread out again, in his perception, the Heavenly Corpse sect had not left anything valuable. In this regard, Qin Shujian did not stay any longer. Summon the elders who went to the various branches. It's time for us to go back. The message was sent out. Soon, there was a response. Immediately, the people of the Yuan sect directly withdrew, leaving only the ruins of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Half a day later, finally, the cultivators of the other sects came to the mountain gate of the Heavenly Corpse sect. This is really plucking the feathers of a goose. Nothing is left. Some cultivators walked around the Heavenly Corpse sect, and in the end, they had to admit that the Yuan sect did not leave anything useful. Some cultivators shook their heads and said, "The Heavenly Corpse sect has been passed down for thousands of years, but now it has been destroyed. Who could have predicted such a thing?" The Heavenly Corpse sect is gone, and Southwind Prefecture has lost the suppression of a top sect. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of waves. Destroying the mountain gate and digging out the spirit stone foundation. The Yuan sect has completely cut off the legacy of the Heavenly Corpse sect. I'm afraid the remaining people of the Heavenly Corpse sect will not have it easy. Among the cultivators who came, everyone's expression was different. The Heavenly Corpse sect was gone. The consequences were both bad and bad. The bad was that Southwind Prefecture had lost the suppression of a top sect. Compared to the other prefectures, its strength was weaker. If the cultivators of the other prefectures reached in, it would not be so easy for them to resist. As for the benefits, it was obvious. As a top sect, the Heavenly Corpse sect controlled a lot of resources. When the Heavenly Corpse sect was still around, no one could interfere with these resources. However, now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone, the industries and territories that the Heavenly Corpse sect originally controlled had become ownerless. The foundation of a top sect. In addition to the resources in the sect, the industries under its control were also rich resources. Now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone, the other sects also saw the opportunity to divide the Heavenly Corpse sect. Even if the many sects divided the resources of a top sect that had been operating for thousands of years, they would still be able to eat a mouthful of oil. In the past, when the Heavenly Corpse sect was still around, They revered the Heavenly Corpse sect like a snake and did not dare to do anything strange. However, now that the Heavenly Corpse sect was gone, they turned into hungry wolves and fiercely pounced on the corpses of their prey. At the same time, the news of the Heavenly Corpse sect's destruction swept through the cultivation world of the Great Jiao 13 prefectures like a gust of wind. The Heavenly Corpse sect is gone. Mu Liang's hand that was holding the teacup trembled. He looked at the elder who had returned below with a face full of shock. To tell the truth, the news of the Heavenly Corpse sect's destruction was something that he had never thought would happen. After the shock, Mu Liang looked at the elder and asked in a serious voice, what happened when the two sects went to war? He did not believe that the Heavenly Corpse sect would be defeated. Even if the Heavenly Corpse sect was defeated, the probability of Lian Gumming, a celestial being, dying was not high. After all, how could a celestial being be killed so easily? If the Sky Origin sect had the strength to kill Lian Gumming and destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect, did that mean that they also had the strength to destroy the Heavenly Array sect? Thinking of this, Mu Liang was a little uneasy again. Then, the elder answered everything truthfully. Then, he took out a jade stone and handed it over. I have recorded everything on the image transmission jade stone. Please take a look, Sect Master. The image transmission jade stone was similar to the image transmission jade pendant, but the former was more complete. Hearing this, Mu Liang took out the image transmitting jade stone and used his spiritual force on it, digesting all the information recorded inside. After a long time, the image transmission jade stone shattered and turned into powder that slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Mu Liang sat in his original position and did not recover for a long time. Right now, he was completely shocked by what was recorded in the image transmitting jade. Even though he was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect and was used to seeing great storms, he was still not immune to it. Heavenly Corpse Jiang Feng, Lian Gumming. To be honest, Mu Liang had never thought that the Heavenly Corpse sect would have two celestial beings. But even so, the Heavenly Corpse sect was still destroyed by the Sky Origin sect. Especially the death of Lian Gumming, which was full of strange things. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of such an invisible and untouchable but deadly method. Even if Qin Shujian suppressed Lian Gumming with absolute strength, Mu Liang would not have too many emotions. At most, he would be in awe of the other party's strength. But now, Lian Gumming's death was unclear, and a sense of fear rose in him. It was a sense of fear of the unknown. However, Mu Liang was the sect master of the Heavenly Array sect. Although he was shocked, he still maintained a calm appearance. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I already know about the Heavenly Corpse sect. Regarding the Yuan Pavilion, no one is allowed to act without my orders. We understand. The elders of the Heavenly Array sect nodded. Even without Mu Liang's instructions, they knew what to do now. The Heavenly Corpse sect was strong enough, but it was still destroyed by the Sky Origin sect. Although they were all top sects, there were differences in strength. The Heavenly Array sect was weaker than the Heavenly Corpse sect. If the Sky Origin sect attacked, the Heavenly Array sect would not be a match at all. After passing down the order to not attack the Yuan Pavilion for the time being, Mu Liang immediately got up and walked towards Fang Xinglan's residence. Just as he arrived in front of the courtyard and was about to knock on the door, a calm voice came from inside. Come in. Mu Liang put down his hand and pushed the door open. In the courtyard, a tall figure was brewing spiritual tea in front of a stone table with his back facing him. Martial Uncle, Sect Master, I wonder what brings you here today? Fang Xinglan's hands did not stop moving as he spoke unhurriedly. Mu Liang said, the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed. After saying that, Fang Xinglan's hand paused for a moment before he recovered. The Heavenly Corpse sect has a second heavenly being. The previous sect master, Jiang Feng, was refined into a heavenly corpse. But under such circumstances, the Heavenly Corpse sect was still defeated. Fang Xinglan is dead, and Jiang Feng has been taken away by Qin Shujian. Bang! Fang Xinglan's tea set fell heavily on the stone table and turned into powder in an instant. However, he did not care about this at all. Instead, he turned and stared at Mu Liang with a solemn expression. Lian Gumming is really dead. Dead. After receiving Mu Liang's confirmation, Fang Xinglan's expression finally changed. Subsequently, Mu Liang passed on all the information he received to Fang Xinglan. Now that the Sky Origin sect had destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, its momentum could be said to be like the sun in the sky. He was not confident that the Heavenly Array sect could deal with the Sky Origin sect. He still had to discuss this matter with Fang Xinglan. After hearing Mu Liang's words, Fang Xinglan sat on the spot and closed his eyes, as if he was digesting something. After a long time, he opened his eyes. There was a hint of sharpness in his bright eyes. To be able to kill a heavenly being, Qin Shujian's strength is definitely not that simple. From now on, stop your actions against the Sky Origin sect. My Heavenly Array sect cannot be the first to stand out. I have already passed down the order for this matter. Mu Liang nodded. He had already expected Fang Xinglan's words and had already made an emergency plan. But the existence of the Sky Origin sect has always harmed the interests of our sects. If we allow the Sky Origin sect to flourish, then the influence of the Sky Origin sect will expand day by day. Our sect will not have the qualifications to compete with them. This was also what he was worried about. As the Sky Origin sect grew stronger, the influence of the Sky Origin sect would also expand. At that time, the Sky Origin sect would be the leader of all the rogue cultivators in the world. Moreover, if rogue cultivators obtained superior cultivation techniques and martial arts, it would also weaken the power of the sect. In a short period of time, this disadvantage would not be revealed. But after a few decades or hundreds of years, then rogue cultivators in the cultivation world were destined to bloom. At that time, the situation of the sect would be very awkward. Fang Xinglan said, "The matter of the Sky Origin sect is already irreversible. Unless other top sects are willing to join forces to deal with the Sky Origin sect, no one can stop the Sky Origin sect's actions." The Heavenly Corpse sect had already been destroyed. The strength of the Sky Origin sect was shocking. In particular, Qin Shujian had taken Jiang Feng away. It was very likely that he had found a way to subdue the Heavenly Corpse. In this way, the Sky Origin sect would have one more heavenly being expert. In all the top sects, there were already very few who could stand shoulder to shoulder with such strength. Unless other top sects joined forces, otherwise, it was impossible for one or two sects to compete with the Sky Origin sect. However, it was easier said than done if they wanted to join forces. Not to mention anything else. Every sect had a lot of friction in the dark. If they were to deal with the Sky Origin sect, it meant that they would have to face Qin Shujian and Jiang Feng directly. If they were not careful, it might cause a great loss. No matter who it was, no one would want to bear such a loss. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This was something that happened from time to time in the cultivation world. No sect would be willing to sacrifice themselves to make a wedding dress for others. "Martial uncle, what do you think we should do? Since the matter of the Sky Origin sect cannot be reversed, although the individual cultivators are not strong, their numbers are much more than the sects. Such a force is not weak. Our Sky Array sect cannot just give up." "Martial uncle, what do you mean? Since the Sky Origin sect has opened the Sky Origin sect, we can also open a second Sky Origin sect. If the individual cultivators cannot be suppressed, then we can turn this force into our own. In this way, our Sky Array sect will not be a bad thing." Fang Xinglan said indifferently. He also knew how great the benefits behind the Sky Origin sect were. But as the first person to eat the crab, they must be qualified to bear the pressure from all sides. Just like the Sky Origin sect now. When the Sky Origin sect was first opened, the 53 sects, led by the Heavenly Corpse sect, had directly resisted. If the Sky Origin sect was not strong enough, then the Sky Origin sect would have been destroyed in the tide. But it was different now. Yuan Zhong had withstood this wave and even managed to push it back. At this time, if the Sky Array sect followed the Sky Origin sect's approach, then there would be no more problems. Fang Xinglan believed that there were many sects that could see the benefits behind the Sky Origin sect. Perhaps after this matter, there would be many forces that would learn from the Sky Origin sect. In this way, it was very important to seize the opportunity first. Mu Liang, who was at the side, heard this and fell into deep thought. He could also understand some of Fang Xinglan's words. In the cultivation world, the number of individual cultivators had always been the largest. To put it bluntly, although individual cultivators were not strong, in a huge group, they were destined to have huge benefits. It was just that there had always been a lot of friction between the sects and individual cultivators. Coupled with the need to curb the development of individual cultivators, even if many sects saw this benefit, no one dared to risk universal condemnation and break this thin layer. But it was different now. The sharp knife that was the Sky Origin sect was the first to break this thin layer. Everything was laid out in the open. As for some sects that still had the idea of sweeping away their own treasures, there was no way to stop it. Unless this sect thought that it was stronger than the Sky Corps sect, and much stronger. Otherwise, they would have to pinch their nose and accept it. Thinking of this, Mu Liang nodded and said, "I already understand Martial Uncle's meaning. Then our sect should also start to prepare. At least we can't let other sects take the lead." The Sky Origin sect's position as a top sect was because of the existence of Qin Shujian. In fact, the Sky Origin sect's overall strength was much weaker than the top sects and somewhat unworthy of the name. Then, when the news of the Sky Corps sect's destruction spread, it could be said that the Sky Origin sect's position as a top sect had been completely established. Similarly, as a top sect, the Sky Corps sect's foundation and strength were among the best among all the sects, a foundation of thousands of years. It was enough to shake off many sects by a large margin. Even if they were all top sects, none of them had the confidence to destroy the Heavenly Corps sect. But it was different now. The Sky Origin sect had destroyed the Sky Corps sect. No matter what method they used, it proved that the Sky Origin sect had the capital to destroy a top sect. In particular, the news of Qin Shujian's return with Jiang Feng could not be hidden from others. All of a sudden, many cultivators knew that the Sky Origin sect had not only destroyed the Sky Corps sect, but also completely subdued a Sky Corps of the Sky Corps sect. As a result, it caused a huge sensation. Zongyang City, Marquis Baiyun's mansion. Sky Corps Jiang Feng. Marquis Baiyun played with a piece of jade in his hand with a slight smile on his face. He also received the news of the Sky Corps sect's destruction as soon as possible. It was related to the battle between two top sects, so it was impossible for the Imperial Court to not care at all. And the Sky Origin sect was a top sect in the Baiyun mansion, so Marquis Baiyun would definitely make a move. When the other sects sent people to watch the battle, he also sent people to watch the battle. However, from the beginning to the end, Marquis Baiyun's people did not reveal any clues. After the Sky Origin sect destroyed the Sky Corps sect, they quietly retreated and passed the news back. Marquis Baiyun was not too surprised by the fall of Lian Gumming. What really surprised him was Qin Shujian's strange method. Also, there was Lian Gumming's method of refining Jiang Feng into a Sky Corps. The former was strange, and the latter was not ordinary. Although Marquis Baiyun was knowledgeable, he was not omniscient and had a strong interest in these things. Marquis, now that the Sky Origin sect has destroyed the Sky Corps sect, there is no other sect that can suppress the development of the Yuan Pavilion. Li Guang'an cupped his hands and said, "If this continues, the Sky Origin sect will definitely win the hearts of the itinerant cultivators in the world. When the time comes, when the sect becomes stronger, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on the Imperial Court." Exalted Elder Li, aren't you exaggerating? Before Marquis Baiyun could say anything, someone had already refuted. Su Mingyang raised his eyelids and casually glanced at him. Then, he sat up straight and looked at Marquis Baiyun with cupped hands. "Marquis, itinerant cultivators are mostly unscrupulous people. Although the Sky Origin sect's move can have a great impact, it is just an exaggeration to win the hearts of the itinerant cultivators in the world." Speaking of this, he looked at Li Guang'an again and smiled faintly. Moreover, since the establishment of the Sky Origin sect, it has been cooperating with the Imperial Court. The demons in the Baiyun mansion were personally killed by Qin Shujian to avoid the hidden dangers caused by the demon disaster. Seriously speaking, there are not many sects like the Sky Origin sect that are on the side of the imperial court. I have my own plans for this. Marquis Baiyun did not show any attitude and only replied calmly. After the scene calmed down, he spoke again. The opening of the Yuan Pavilion will indeed have a great impact, but the other sects will not sit still and wait for death. I think it will not be long before the sects will open a place like the Yuan Pavilion. At that time, the influence of the Sky Origin sect will naturally be divided. Therefore, there is no need to talk too much about this matter. It is not suitable for the Baiyun mansion to have too many troubles. Everything should be stable. Yes. Hearing this, the others did not dare to say anything and only cupped their hands to accept the order. Then, Marquis Baiyun waved his hand and dismissed all of them. He sat in his original position and fell into deep thought. To be honest, the way the Sky Origin sect opened the Yuan Pavilion was also beyond his expectations. However, he did not have any thoughts of organizing it. Just as the voice had said, the world was constantly evolving and would connect with the demon abyss sooner or later. If one wanted to stop the great calamity from happening, one was to block the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cut off the cultivation heritage of the world, and let the world completely enter the age of chaos. The other was to increase the strength of the world's cultivators so that they would have the capital to fight against the demons. The Sky Origin sect's current approach was in line with the second option. Compared to the unrealistic former, although the latter had a slim hope, it was at least more possible. Chapter 441. Liang Mountain Spiritual Region. The battle at Nanfeng Mansion could be said to be a complete victory. Although there were many experts from Yuan Zone who had fallen in this battle, the losses were still within an acceptable range compared to the gains. After returning to Yuan sect, Qin Shujian ordered someone to custom make a black robe and hood for Jiang Feng, which completely covered the zombie's entire body, not revealing any clues. After that, there was one less sky zombie Jiang Feng in the world, and one more black-robed Jiang Feng, who sat in front of the mountain gate like a dead tree, not moving all year round. Who is this black-robed man? I don't know, I think the sect master brought him back. Many Yuan sect disciples looked curiously at Jiang Feng, who was sitting cross-legged beside the mountain gate's stone tablet. His face could not be seen clearly and he did not move at all. The news of refining ancient Ming into a sky zombie was only spread among the upper echelons of the sect. As for the other disciples, they were not qualified to come into contact with this level. As for the players, at this stage, they were not part of the upper echelons of the sect, so naturally, no one knew. Liu Bai glanced at Jiang Feng, then turned to look at the player beside him. Do you think this could be a hidden NPC with a mission on him? That might not be the case. Hearing his words, the player beside him nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them looked at each other. In the end, Liu Bai coughed softly, then stepped forward and asked, I am an elite disciple of the sect, may I ask how I can help Senior? He pondered for a moment before saying these words. After saying these words, Jiang Feng's body did not move, as if he was dead. Senior. Liu Bai tried to call out again, but there was no effect. Seeing this, a hesitant look appeared on his face as he pondered what to do next. Soon, Liu Bai changed his way of asking. However, no matter what he said, Jiang Feng remained motionless as usual. After a long time, Liu Bai finally gave up trying to persuade Jiang Feng, and finally left with the other person helplessly. However, he firmly remembered this black-robed man in his heart. The more mysterious an NPC was, the more extraordinary his background was. Liu Bai instinctively felt that there might be some hidden mission on Jiang Feng. After they left, many more players came over. They all wanted to get close to Jiang Feng and see if they could get some big quests. But without exception, all of them were defeated. Very soon, in Yuan sect, there was news that there was a hidden quest NPC at the mountain gate. For this reason, it attracted even more players. On the other side, inside the Chengwu Hall, including Qin Shujian, All the higher-ups of Yuan's sect were gathered here. Compared to the depressing atmosphere of declaring war on the Heavenly Corpse sect, the current atmosphere was much livelier. Everyone had a pleasant smile on their faces. Clearly, many people were satisfied with the harvest this time. Qin Shujian looked at Shu Yuanming and said, "Elder Shu, tell me about your harvest this time." All this while, Shu Yuanming had been the logistics elder. All the miscellaneous matters of Yuan's sect, big and small, were related to him. With the establishment of the Sundry Hall, he had taken over many things in a legitimate manner. This time, after the Heavenly Corpse sect brought their spoils back to the Yuan sect, they handed them over to Shu Yuanming and asked him to tally them up. Immediately, the scene fell silent. Shu Yuanming got up, cupped his hands, and sat down. Then he opened his mouth and said, "This time, we destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the harvest is indeed not bad. Let's start with the martial arts." He paused for a moment to organize his words. 1 imminent divinity technique, 13 high-grade divinity techniques, 36 mid-grade ones, 78 low-grade ones, 176 high-grade ones, 227 mid-grade ones, and 582 low-grade ones. 2 transcendence martial arts, 26 high-grade divine martial arts, 41 mid-grade martial arts, 98 low-grade martial arts, 235 high-grade spirit martial arts, 333 mid-grade martial arts, and 669 low-grade martial arts. There are a total of 7,826 cultivation methods and martial arts below the spiritual level. Boom! As soon as Shu Yuanming finished speaking, the scene suddenly became noisy. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Corpse sect had a rich foundation, but they did not expect it to be so rich. Especially the divine level cultivation method and the divine level martial arts, which attracted their attention. What was the divine level? Above the divine level was the divine level. If a divine level cultivation method could be cultivated to the perfection of the divine martial realm, then a divine level cultivation method could be cultivated to the diviner level. Any divinity realm cultivation method was the true inheritance of a top-notch sect. The origin school was also a top sect now, but that was because of the existence of Qin Shujian. If they lost a formation master like Qin Shujian, the origin school would fall from the altar of a top sect, and it would be very difficult for them to regain their position. The reason for this was the problem of inheritance. A diviner expert could protect a sect's glory for thousands of years, but a complete inheritance could allow a sect to maintain its glory. The origin school now had a divine level cultivation method, which explained this. The others in the origin school also had a chance to reach the diviner level through this method. Although not everyone could break through to the diviner level with the cultivation method, it was still possible. But at least it was the key to opening the door to the diviner level, and a glimmer of hope. Just this point alone. It was enough to form a strong bond with the hearts of the people in the sect. Even people like Zheng Fang and Xiong Haogan, who had a steady mentality, couldn't help but look surprised. Although they hadn't even reached the peak of the divine martial realm, it was still too early to talk about the diviner level. But no one thought that they didn't have a chance to reach the diviner level. As long as they were given a key, anyone would be willing to give it a try. Even Qin Shujian's heart was stirred by the news. Maybe he didn't need a divine level cultivation method, but a divine level martial art was still useful. The most powerful martial art he had now was the divine level mid-grade Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal, which had already been transformed into the true meaning of sealing. Although this martial art was only a mid-grade divine level martial art, it could still allow him to unleash his strength to the maximum. If he could upgrade the divine level martial art, Qin Shujian was sure that his strength would definitely rise to another level. As for the remaining divine level and spiritual level cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as those below the spiritual level, they were 10 times or even 100 times more than what the origin school had now. If they could fill the library with this batch of storage, then the entire origin school's foundation would increase exponentially. The strength of a sect, apart from the number of experts, also played a huge role in the strength of the sect's legacy. Qin Shujian believed. Now that this batch of cultivation methods and martial arts were filled in the library, then the problem of exchanging from the various yuan pavilions would no longer be a problem. Inside the inherited martial hall. Now, there was a lot of discussion. Fu Gang immediately said, "Sect Master, our branch has never opened a library. If the disciples want to comprehend cultivation methods and martial arts, they have to go to the main sect. It will inevitably be inconvenient. I hope to open a place to store cultivation methods and martial arts in the branch. This way, the disciples in our branch will have more time to cultivate." Regarding this idea, there had always been elders in the branch. It was just that there wasn't much stock in the main sect's library. If it was distributed to the various branches, then it would be even less. Therefore, no one had opened their mouth. But it was different now. With the support of the Heavenly Corpse sect stock, Fu Gang dared to open his mouth. Just as he finished speaking, Zheng Hong also nodded and said, "Elder Fu's words are true. Although we are a branch, we should have a place to inherit cultivation methods and martial arts. Otherwise, it would not be perfect. It's not impossible to build a library in the various branches, but after today, we will make a specific decision," Qin Shujian said calmly. Then, he looked at Shu Yuanming and used his eyes to signal him to continue speaking. "I won't say much about the materials for refining pills and weapons. These have all been put in the sect's treasury. Apart from that, we've seized 25 high-grade spiritual weapons, 73 middle-grade spiritual weapons, 266 low-grade spiritual weapons, and 5,876 low-grade spiritual weapons. As for spiritual weapons of the 3rd grade and above, we've seized 5,876 spiritual weapons. There are also 36 spiritual stones and 2,700 kilograms of accompanying jade." Shu Yuanming listed out the harvest as if he was very familiar with it. In the entire Chengwu Hall, everyone else could not help but shut their mouths. There was only one voice left. Until now, the gains calculated by the other party could no longer be measured by simple silver taels. If they really had to calculate it in silver, it would be billions or even tens of billions. It could not be compared to these resources. Not to mention other things. Just the divine connection cultivation method alone could not be bought with silver. It was the same for spiritual stones. On the main seat, Qin Shujian, after hearing Shu Yuanming's statistics, understood how big Yuanzong's harvest was this time. Inside, it did not include the resources that he had obtained from Liao Gumming's storage ring. Otherwise, it would be at least 10% more. Although 10% did not seem like much, compared to the huge resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect, 10% of the resources might not even be able to be taken out by ordinary large sects. It could be said that thousands of years of foundation, coupled with the strength of a top sect, became the biggest capital of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, now, all these things belonged to Yuanzong. If Yuanzong is allowed to develop steadily, it may not be possible to accumulate such a wealth even after a few hundred years, Qin Shujian thought in his heart. He realized that the stable development was fake. There was no such rapid development at all. Of course. This time, Yuanzong was able to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect because of luck. If the Heavenly Corpse sect was prepared and used the strength of the entire sect to deal with it step by step, Yuanzong would definitely suffer heavy losses even if they wanted to take down the other party. Although the losses were not light now, as no less than 200 to 300 cultivators had died. But if the Heavenly Corpse sect was more stable, at least 60 to 70% of Yuanzong's people would have died there. After Shu Yuanming finished speaking, Qin Shujian then said, "This time, everyone who participated in the battle will get 50,000 contribution points. In addition, each branch will get a spiritual stone to be the foundation. If the rest of you want to get spiritual stones, you can also exchange them with contribution points. Currently, each spiritual stone is priced at 200,000 contribution points. You must be an elder or above to exchange for it." They had obtained a lot of spiritual stones this time. It was impossible to use all of them as a one-time consumption. After all, spiritual stones could be used as the foundation of a sect. The identity of the exchanger was limited and the price was set at 200,000 contribution points. In this way, only a small group of people could exchange for spiritual stones. Hearing this, many people were overjoyed in their hearts. Putting aside the 50,000 contribution points reward for each person, many people also had some gains behind the scenes in addition to the rewards on the surface. Therefore, the 50,000 contribution points reward given by the sect was actually not a small amount. As for Fu Gang and the others, they were even more overjoyed. Obtaining an additional spirit stone meant that the branch lineage would have a deeper foundation. In the next 1 or 2 years, there would not be much of an effect, but after a few decades or 100 years, the difference between an additional spiritual stone and one less spiritual stone would be completely revealed. For cultivators, although it would be an exaggeration to describe a few decades or 100 years as a snap of the fingers, it was definitely affordable. Therefore, an additional spiritual stone for each branch was exactly what Fu Gang and the others wanted. Moreover, the stronger the strength of the branch they were in, the higher their status in the sect would be. There was no need to talk about the benefits. On the contrary, Qin Shujian's last words made many people think. This time, they had obtained 36 spiritual stones. Even if they gave out 6, they would still have 30 left. With such a large number of spiritual stones, it was naturally impossible for the main sect to swallow all of them. Therefore, it was normal for Qin Shujian to take out a part of them for exchange. Although 200,000 contribution points was a lot. But for some branch masters, it was not completely impossible for them to take it out. Ignoring the thoughts of others, Qin Shujian continued, from tomorrow onwards, the monthly resources provided to disciples of all levels will be doubled. Our sect is not short of resources now, but what we need are strong people who have grown up. After the destruction of the Heavenly Corpse sect, the future will be much calmer. Our sect needs to take this opportunity to recuperate. The resources provided would be doubled. This matter could only be said directly after obtaining the foundation of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Or else, with the foundation of the original sect, if the resources were doubled, they would be in a state of not being able to make ends meet. It was estimated that it would not be long before the sect would be finished. At this point, Qin Shujian added, the resources of all elders will also be doubled. Thank you, sect master. The other elders cupped their hands and thanked him. This was also a good thing for them. As elders, they received a lot of resources every month. If the resources were doubled, it was equivalent to saving a lot of contribution points. Zheng Fang pondered and said, now that the Heavenly Corpse sect has been destroyed, the remaining forces who fought against our sect Yuan Pavilion should have been greatly deterred. Sect Master, what do you plan to do next? The various Yuan pavilions will operate as usual, but the focus will be placed on Beiyun Mansion. Qin Shujian said. He had originally planned to give the 53 sects a fierce warning. After warning others with ulterior motives, he would withdraw the Yuan pavilions from the various mansions in a dignified way and focus on the Beiyun Mansion. However, the battle of the Heavenly Corpse sect went too smoothly, to the extent that the Heavenly Corpse sect was directly destroyed. To be honest, Qin Shujian had never thought that he would be able to destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect so easily. Not only did he destroy the Heavenly Corpse sect, but he also obtained the Heavenly Corpse sect's resources, Jiang Feng, which was comparable to a celestial being. All of a sudden, Yuan Zhong's mouth was full of oil, to the point where he was almost stuffed to death. In this way, Qin Shujian found that the Yuan pavilions didn't seem to be withdrawn. With Yuan Zhong's current strength, even if the Yuan pavilions were there, how many sects would dare to make a move? After the fierce battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect, not only did Yuan Zhong's strength not weaken much, but it was even more powerful than before. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was twice as powerful. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's face became cold again, and said, as for the other 51 sects, send a message to them now. If my sect doesn't apologize and make amends within a month, then don't blame me for paying them a visit one by one. The Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed. He couldn't easily let go of the remaining 51 sects. although it was impossible to really go to their door and destroy all the sects that attacked. But with Yuan Zhong's current strength, it was enough to threaten them. If there was really someone who didn't know how to appreciate kindness, when he took action, the other sects would have nothing to say. Regarding this, in the inherited martial hall, no one objected. The current group of elders had just calmed down from the battle with the Heavenly Corpse sect, and there was still some killing intent and fighting spirit in their hearts that hadn't subsided. For some people, the best way to go now was to attack the other 51 sects, destroy them all, and then take away all their resources. Subsequently, a message was sent out from the inherited martial hall to the 51 sects. On the other side, after the simple meeting, Qin Shujian came to the library. Once again, he entered the library. In the past, the space here wasn't small, but since he saw the library of the top sects in the Heavenly Corpse sect, now when he looked back at his own library, it was narrow no matter how he looked at it. Such a small space was no longer worthy of his Yuan Zhong status. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Then, as the sect master, he temporarily drove all the disciples who had entered the book collection pavilion to leave. After clearing out the people inside, he then started to set up the space array. The setting up of the array wasn't complicated. At least for him, as an array master, it was a relatively easy task. It only took an hour. Qin Shujian then left the library. As for the disciples who were waiting outside, at this moment, they all rushed in like a swarm of bees. But, damn, is this still the library? How long has it been? How could there be such a big change? Looking at the vast space in front of them, which was more than 10 times bigger than before, many people gasped, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Not everyone could understand the existence of a space array. For almost everyone, it was the first time that they had seen such a method. And what really attracted people's attention was, although the space had expanded by 10 times, the books inside didn't seem to be spacious. Instead, it looked more densely packed than before. This meant something. This meant that the books stored in the library were more abundant than before. Seeing this, many people connected the matter in front of them with the Heavenly Corpse sect. I heard that the Heavenly Corpse sect has been destroyed. Could the extra cultivation methods here be from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Is there a need to ask? It's 100% the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A top sect that has been around for thousands of years. TSK, there must be many powerful cultivation methods. Don't think about it. Even if there is, it's definitely not on the first floor. Just know what kind of stuff is placed here. The disciples in the sect discussed animatedly, and some players looked regretful. The war between the two sects. It wasn't that there were no players who didn't want to watch the war, but there was no way to do so at all. Neither the Origin sect nor the Heavenly Corpse sect brought them along this time. The weakest person participating in the war was a cultivator in the spiritual god realm. Therefore, although many people had thoughts in their hearts, they couldn't do anything about it. Surprisingly, the players didn't record any video of this challenge that spread throughout the cultivation world. At this moment, after seeing the huge changes on the first floor of the library, some disciples had already used their identities to head to the higher floors. Sure enough, when they went up to the second and third floors, they discovered that the changes were no different from the first floor. More importantly, the number of cultivation methods and martial arts here had increased by a lot. In fact, some martial arts that shouldn't exist on the higher floors had appeared here at this moment. Many people were overjoyed by this change. In this way, they could save a lot of contribution points. The contribution points they saved could be exchanged for other resources to improve their strength. Although contribution points could be traded now, for some people, contribution points were even more insufficient. Every bit they could save was a little bit. After accumulating for a long time, it would be a huge expense. On the other side, after Qin Shujian left the library, he went directly to the peak of Mount Liang. Then, he took the 1000 mountain blood and used the sharpness of the 3 seal Dao artifact to easily break open the hard rocks on the peak of the mountain, causing a huge crack to appear. As the crack appeared, A wave of rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out from within. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took out 25 spiritual stones from his storage ring and threw them all into the crack. Then, he used his power to close the crack. At the same time, when the 25 spiritual stones were buried, the spiritual energy of the entire Yuan sect suddenly rose by a lot. Originally, I buried 2 spiritual stones. Now, with the 25 spiritual stones, there are 27 spiritual stones buried in Mount Liang. In this way, it is enough to be the foundation of the main sect. However, to reach the level of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I still need to accumulate a little more. Qin Shujian secretly calculated. This time, he had obtained 36 spiritual stones from the Heavenly Corpse sect and 17 from Lian Gumming's storage ring. The total number of spiritual stones had reached 53. However, each branch had consumed 6 spiritual stones, and now, 25 spiritual stones were buried in the main sect. In addition, he still had to leave a part for the elders to exchange. Qin Shujian suddenly realized. It seemed that there weren't many spiritual stones left behind. Chapter 442. As for directly deducting a portion of the resources. For Qin Shujian, those were his spoils of war and naturally belonged to him. Subsequently, he transferred all the things in his original storage ring into Liao Gumming's storage ring. Henceforth, this storage ring would officially belong to him. After doing these things, Qin Shujian suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot of things that he had not done. Well, the divine level martial arts are in my hands. I should spend some time to learn it. After all, the divine level martial arts are generally qualified to master the divine level martial arts. Its power is naturally not comparable to the divine level martial arts. Now that the various Yuan pavilions have been opened, the identity tokens refined previously are not enough. I will need a continuous supply later. Speaking of which, this was the biggest problem. Once the Yuan pavilions were opened, it would involve tens of millions of rogue cultivators, or even more. However, he was the only one who could refine an identity token. Because it involved a method of contribution points. Qin Shujian was not at ease to leave it to anyone else. Therefore, no matter how many identity tokens there were, he could only do it himself. Thinking of the millions of identity tokens, Qin Shujian felt a little dizzy. This would take a lot of time. Even if he had the spirit god incarnation, it would not be much of a relief. As for the materials consumed to refine identity tokens, it could be said to be a huge amount. Fortunately, the materials seized from the Heavenly Corpse sect had alleviated the urgent need. As long as the front part was alleviated, the back part would not be a problem. After all, as long as the Yuan pavilions were established, it would not be long before they could provide a steady stream of resources to the Yuan sect. At that time, there would be no shortage of materials. As for the imperial court, there was no movement before. It should be because of the war between our sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. But now that the war between the two sects has ended, it will not be long before Wu Lang comes again. Qin Shujian thought again. His thoughts were already on the imperial court. No, to be more precise, it was placed on the evil demons. Now he discovered another benefit of luck, which was to extinguish or offset the karmic fire. The Dharma Eye's ability was indeed very powerful, but its flaws were also very obvious. That was, once he cut off the other party's luck, he would also have to bear the karmic fire. If he wasn't careful, he would be reduced to ashes by the wrath of heaven. And to completely cut off the providence of a deva, it would require the providence of a top-tier sect to offset it. To be honest, this price was not light at all. Although it had the trait of being invulnerable, it still couldn't completely withstand the karmic fire. Therefore, when one didn't have enough luck to withstand the karmic fire, this Dharma Eye couldn't be used casually. If a newly ascended diviner Ancient Ming was already like this, then the fate of the stronger diviners would definitely be even more tyrannical. When that time comes, if he were to use the same method to kill another celestial, he would most likely be exposed to the wrath of the heavens in the next second. Although the Dharma Eye is good, its flaws are also very obvious. However, if you have enough luck, it is indeed a supreme technique that can contend against or even kill a celestial. The chaser, what kind of existence is this, leaving behind an ability that can directly deal with a celestial? Judging from the evolution of the Dharma eye from the spiritual eye, this shouldn't be something that the system deduced on its own. It seems to be the next evolution of the spiritual eye itself. If that's the case, to be able to easily kill a celestial great cultivator, it must be at least a mighty figure to be able to stay. Perhaps it's even more powerful than that. Thinking of the chaser, Qin Shujian's expression changed. Looking at the big picture through a tube. Just from the Dharma eye, one could see how powerful the chaser was. A mysterious existence that had the means to kill a celestial. Regarding such an unknown matter, to be honest, a trace of fear arose in his heart. However, now that the chaser didn't have any clues at all, Qin Shujian couldn't get too much information. Therefore, he could only temporarily suppress the speculation in his heart and stop thinking about this matter. No matter what. With the Dharma eye, he could be considered to have one more means to deal with a celestial. Moreover, after using this method to kill Lian Gumming, there should be many people in the world who would feel fear or even fear. In a short period of time, no celestial would really come to provoke him. Moreover, there were still very few celestial powerhouses in the Great Jiao. A top sect like the Heavenly Corpse sect that had existed for thousands of years only had one true celestial. As for Jiang Feng's words, it was completely unexpected. After obtaining the hidden passage technique, Qin Shujian understood what kind of method this was. To put it simply, it was to refine corpses. The stronger one was when they were alive, the stronger the zombie that could be refined. Moreover, the body must be preserved as it was when they were alive, without any defects. Just this point alone. It had already limited many options. Moreover, in this world, any NPC that was killed would directly return to heaven and earth. You could leave a part of the body in the form of harvesting spoils of war, but there was no way to leave a complete body. Therefore, those who could refine zombies could only be those powerhouses who had died of old age. This kind of powerhouse would not return to heaven and earth, and would still leave a corpse behind. However, how rare was the corpse of a celestial tier elite? One could imagine just by thinking about it. In addition, the method to refine a heavenly corpse was very complicated, and it could not be done in a short period of time. It needed to be refined over a long period of time with a specific method before it could be truly refined successfully. Otherwise, Lian Gumming would not only have Jiang Feng's heavenly corpse. Apart from heavenly corpses, the latter, earth and golden corpses, had lower requirements. But correspondingly, the strength of the zombies refined would be correspondingly weaker. Although the process was simpler, it was still very complicated. With Origin Sect's current strength, it was not bad to refine a batch of earth corpses comparable to divine martial realm cultivators, but complete corpses of divine martial realm cultivators were not easy to find. As for golden corpses comparable to spiritual martial realm cultivators, it was completely unnecessary. Origin Sect did not lack spiritual martial realm cultivators now. What they lacked was the combat strength of divine martial realm and celestial realm cultivators. Afterward, Qin Shujian took out 3 more crystals from his storage ring. These 3 crystals contained the divinity martial arts of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Compared to other martial arts, the divine martial arts could no longer be recorded on paper. Only by transmitting the memories of the crystals could it be truly passed down. Moreover, the inheritance crystals were not one-time consumables. As long as the consciousness inside did not dissipate, it could be kept forever. Holding the 3 crystals in his hand, Qin Shujian's divine thought fell on one of the crystals. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out. Qin Shujian found himself in a dazzling starry sky in an instant. A man was standing there with a blade in his hand. All of a sudden, he saw the other party make a simple slash, and in an instant, he saw the galaxy collapse. A long saber mark was deeply embedded in the galaxy, and no matter how the galaxy surged, it could not drown it out. The moment he saw the saber mark, Qin Shujian's attention was completely attracted. Sharp. Destruction. Slaughter. It was just a simple saber mark, but it made Qin Shujian feel as if he saw endless slaughter, and also as if he saw the changes of the world. Only this saber was eternal. After a long time, only then did Qin Shujian withdraw from this state. You have learned the divine martial art, spirit severing. You have learned the divine martial art, spirit severing, and your understanding of the saber will has deepened. Your saber will has evolved. You have obtained the true meaning of saber. Several messages appeared in the system, and he was a little absent-minded again. After a while, Qin Shujian came back to his senses and checked the changes in his attributes. As expected. In the special ability column, the saber will, 20%, had evolved into the true meaning of saber. In addition, there was a new attribute column under the martial arts. Divine martial art. As for the newly learned spirit severing, it appeared after the divinity connection martial arts. Divine martial art, spirit severing, 10%, there was no such thing as beginner, nor was there any such thing as greater perfection. The division of the divine martial art column was completely different from the division of martial arts. Spirit severing, 10%. Qin Shujian murmured softly. If that's the case, then I should have only mastered 10% of this divine martial art. I can continue to improve it. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes again, digesting everything related to spirit severing. Finally, he opened his eyes again, and his heart was shaken. Spirit severing. As the name implied, it could slay a spirit deity. This was a technique that did not affect the physical body, and was specifically used to attack the spirit deity. It could be said that this divine martial art was the nemesis of sects like the Heavenly Corpse sect, which focused on body refinement. So what if the physical defense was strong? With one slash, it would not slash your physical body, but your spirit deity. Unless your spirit deity was strong enough, or you had a spirit item or Tao item to protect you, you would have to obediently endure it. This was the domineering aspect of spirit severing. As for the so-called true meaning of the saber, it gave Qin Shujian a deeper understanding of the Tao of the saber. After gaining this ability, in the future, when he learned other saber techniques, he would be able to improve at lightning speed. He would be even more terrifying than the average Tao of the saber genius. Afterward, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the two crystals at the back of the box. A spirit-severing technique was already so extraordinary. The last two divine martial arts would not be too far off. Thinking of this, he directly focused his divine will on them. You have learned the divine martial art 9 tribulations immortal body. You have learned the divine martial art Dharma idol heaven and earth. Boom. When Qin Shujian saw the last divinity martial art, he felt his head buzzing. He wondered if he had seen wrongly. Dharma idol heaven and earth. The last divine martial art is actually Dharma idol heaven and earth. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. This name. Qin Shujian really did not want to be too familiar with it. Dharma idol heaven and earth was rumored to be a technique only immortals and gods could master in his previous life. Now it had fallen into his hands. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not think that the Dharma idol heaven and earth here was as simple as the name. As a divine martial art, this in itself meant that it was extraordinary. Afterward, his gaze once again fell upon the attribute panel. After spirit severing, there were two additional words, 9th level immortal body and Dharma idol heaven and earth. Divine martial art, 9 tribulations immortal body, untouched. Divine martial art, Dharma idol heaven and earth, 1st level, untouched. Looking at the divine martial art column, Qin Shujian's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. In the martial arts that he had obtained in the past, after learning it, he would directly enter the 1st level. It was the first time that he had encountered one that showed that it had not been touched. It was equivalent to not really entering the 1st level. However, after digesting the 9 tribulations immortal body, Qin Shujian also knew the way to go through the 1st level. It was very simple. The 1st level was the thunder tribulation, summoning heavenly thunder to refine the body. As long as he could withstand it, this martial art was considered a beginner. As for not being able to withstand it, that was needless to say. I need to withstand the thunder tribulation before even reaching the beginner level. It seems that this 9 tribulations immortal body is a bit interesting. Without a doubt. This was a body-refining martial art. After obtaining the ancient immortal body, Qin Shujian actually did not need any body-refining techniques. After all, his body had been developed and strengthened to a terrifying extent after obtaining this characteristic. Learning other body-refining techniques would be a complete waste of his life force. After all, when the body reached a certain level, the same type of martial arts could no longer be superimposed. However, it was not difficult to reach the beginner level of the 9 tribulations immortal body and did not need to consume any life force. Qin Shujian was interested in trying. Rumble. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds. In just a few breaths of time, the thunder tribulation fell from the sky. Regarding this matter, the people of Yuan sect only glanced at it briefly and then went on to do their own things. The earth vein. Qiu Ping had just returned from the main sect when he saw the thunderclouds above Mount Liang. He frowned slightly but did not pay much attention to it. Soon, he gathered the other elders in the earth vein for a meeting. In the main sect, Qiu Ping was just an inner sect elder. Although his status was not low, he was not at the top among the elders. However, in the earth vein, he was the vein master. Unless Qin Shujian was here, no one could be higher than him in terms of status. As for the earth vein, most of the elders were directly promoted after he consulted the main sect. To a certain extent, these people were Qiu Ping's subordinates. Therefore, after receiving the vein master's order, almost all the elders were present. No one was absent. Vein master, may I know why you called us here this time? An outer sect elder of the earth vein cupped his hands and asked. In the hall, the others also looked at Qiu Ping with a puzzled expression. You should know about the war between the main sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Some of the elders even participated in this war. As Qiu Ping spoke, his gaze paused for a moment on a few of them. According to the sect master's order, everyone who participated in the war will be rewarded with 50,000 contribution points. Hearing this sentence, a few elders' faces lit up. They were the ones who started the war with the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, the outer sect elders were not qualified to participate in the main sect's meeting. Therefore, many of them did not know about the 50,000 contribution points reward at all. In addition, every branch vein will receive an extra spirit stone to increase the spirit energy of each branch vein. Qiu Ping paused for a moment before continuing. At the same time, the main sect has opened up a spirit stone exchange system for the elders. 200,000 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. The elders should be very clear about how useful spirit stones are to the branch veins. Every additional spirit stone will strengthen the foundation. After a few hundred years, it might be able to suppress the other branches. Does the vein master mean that our earth vein is going to exchange spirit stones? Some of the elders already understood the meaning of Qiu Ping's words. As for the real purpose of gathering them here, they could vaguely guess. Qiu Ping said, the main sect is growing stronger day by day. Since the rules of the main sect competition and the other tests were set, it can be seen that the stability of the branches is only temporary. It won't take long. Perhaps the resources provided by each branch need to be distributed according to the strength of each branch. The strong eat more and the weak eat less. I don't think I need to say too much about this. So, there's no doubt that the earth vein's foundation will be strengthened. As the elders of the earth vein, you should contribute to the earth vein. If the earth vein suppresses the other branches in the future, you will also benefit. After Qiu Ping finished speaking, there was a brief silence. Then someone asked, what does the vein master want us to do? The Heavenly Corpse sect obtained 36 spirit stones this time. The main sect has at least 30 spirit stones. After deducting the spirit stones used by the main sect and some other reserves, I estimate that we will be able to exchange 10 to 20 spirit stones for spirit stones. Qiu Ping calmly analyzed. He knew a lot about the uses of spirit stones. Of the remaining 30 spirit stones, Qin Shujian would definitely not take out all of them for them to exchange. To put it bluntly, the main sect was the true foundation of the Yuan sect. The various branches were just derivatives. Under such circumstances, Qin Shujian must have left some spirit stones to strengthen the main sect's foundation. The remaining spirit stones that could be taken out were at most half. And this was the most ideal assumption. If it was too little, they might not even have 10 spirit stones to exchange. Looking at the elders' expressions, Qiu Ping did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I plan to gather enough contribution points and exchange them for spirit stones as much as possible. Elders should have a lot of contribution points in storage. I wonder if you would be willing to contribute to the Earth Vein. How much does the Vein Master need? Speaking of contribution points, for many people, it was their lifeblood. But it was just as Qiu Ping said. Perhaps the main sect would decide the allocation of resources based on the strength of the branches. Given the main sect's current bold and decisive manner, such a situation was not impossible. When that time came, the competition would be based on the strength of each branch. If they were weaker than others, it would be a problem for them to lose face. But if they had fewer resources, it would be a big problem. Qiu Ping said, I plan to gather 600,000 contribution points and exchange them for 3 spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones that we already have, the Earth Vein will have enough for now. 600,000. Hiss. Hearing this, some people sucked in a breath of cold air. 600,000 contribution points was a huge expenditure. Although there was a contribution point exchange system now, it was still 200 taels of silver for 1 contribution point. 600,000 contribution points would be equivalent to 120 million taels of silver. Although the market price of 1 spirit stone was 10 million taels of silver in the outside world, this price was not accurate at all. Even if there were 10 million taels of silver, no one would use spirit stones to exchange. Therefore, no one objected to Qin Shujian's discount of 200,000 contribution points for 1 spirit stone to 40 million taels of silver. However, 600,000 contribution points was a huge blow to the Earth Vein. As for using silver to exchange for spirit stones, that was even more impossible. 120 million taels of silver. Even if they emptied the entire branch, they would not be able to take out that much. Although they had seized the Heavenly Corpse sect's resources, which were worth more than 10 billion, those were the main sect's treasures and had nothing to do with the branches. To put it bluntly, the main sect's wealth belonged to the main sect. Moreover, even if those resources were in the main sect, other than the sect leader, no one else had the right to use them. Therefore, the Earth Vein did not have the right to interfere. When Qiu Ping said 600,000 contribution points, the elders in the hall all had different expressions on their faces. Many of them couldn't make up their minds. Seeing this, Qiu Ping was not surprised. Qiu Ping wasn't surprised. He continued, I'll pay 200,000 contribution points. Elders, you can pay the remaining 400,000 contribution points. The Earth Vein is not mine either. If the Earth Vein is strong enough, you will also gain a lot of benefits. 600,000 contribution points. Qiu Ping offered 1/3 of the contribution points. The other elders were shocked. At this point, even if they did not want to agree, they had no choice. After all, Qiu Ping had already offered 200,000 contribution points as a show of sincerity. If they refused, their days in the Earth Vein would be like sitting on pins and needles. Moreover, exchanging for spirit stones did bring them many benefits. Therefore, after Qiu Ping said that, the other elders only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Each of these outer elders had more or less tens of thousands of contribution points left. In addition, Qin Shujian had given each of them 50,000 contribution points as a reward for participating in the battle. It would not be difficult to gather 600,000 contribution points. Even after this round of gathering, the Earth Vein would be in an awkward situation where there would be no contribution points to use for a period of time. However, this was not a big problem. Since the contribution points could be traded, Qiu Ping collected all 600,000 contribution points on the spot and headed to the main sect without stopping for a moment. The moment he stepped into the main sect, Chiu Ping found that the concentration of spirit energy in the main sect had increased a lot. In just a breath, a large amount of spirit energy had entered his body. It seems that the sect leader has placed the spirit stones in the main sect. With regards to this change, he only needed to think about it for a moment before he knew what was going on. Subsequently, Chiu Ping walked directly to the Sundry Hall. Chapter 443. In the Sundry Hall. Xu Yuanming had been staying here for the past few days. A large number of resources were brought back from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Many people came to exchange for them. Sometimes, as the Hall Master, he had to personally come to exchange for more valuable resources. Elder Chiu, why are you here? Are you here to exchange for spirit stones? Xu Yuanming was sipping tea in the inner hall when he saw his disciple bring Chiu Ping in. He smiled and asked. Chiu Ping cupped his hands and sat down as if they were close friends. They were both from the Cold Mountain Stockade, so they had a good relationship. There were many things. They didn't care too much about etiquette. Instead, they were a little casual. Chiu Ping smiled faintly and said, Elder Xu's eyes are as sharp as torches. You even know what I'm here for. It seems like that's the case. Xu Yuanming laughed and shook his head. Someone like Chiu Ping, who rarely came to the main sect, suddenly came to his Sundry Hall. It was easy to guess what was going on. This time, the sect took out some spirit stones for people to exchange. It could be said that now, many people were eyeing this batch of spirit stones. However, the 200,000 contribution points threshold stopped most people in their tracks. Spirit stones were good. However, 200,000 contribution points was still quite valuable. Chiu Ping asked, how many spirit stones did the sect take out for us to exchange? 10. Xu Yuanming replied. Chiu Ping thought to himself, as expected. As he had guessed, the sect didn't take out many spirit stones for people to exchange this time. 10 spirit stones. If they were divided among the different branches, there would be no need to say much. Even if they didn't count the monster vein, the other branches would only have about 2 spirit stones. Sect Master, did you limit how many spirit stones each branch can exchange? I didn't. Xu Yuanming shook his head and said with a half-smile, Elder Chiu, are you planning to take all 10 spirit stones? If I had 2 million contribution points, I would take all of them. Haha. Xu Yuanming laughed. He knew that it was impossible for any branch to take all 10 spirit stones. 2 million contribution points. Even if they emptied all their assets, they wouldn't be able to take out that much. Unless all 5 branches worked together, they might be able to do it. To tell the truth, from Xu Yuanming's point of view, the 10 spirit stones that Qin Shujian offered might have been an estimation of the contribution points that each branch meridian could move. I can't take out 2 million contribution points, but 600,000 contribution points is still possible. Is Elder Chiu serious? Of course, I've brought my contribution points with me. Elder Xu, please help me exchange them for 3 spiritual stones. As he spoke, Chiu Ping used his quintessential origin force to lift his identity token and send it over to Xu Yuanming. Xu Yuanming reached out and took it. As his divine sense descended, he looked at the 600,000 contribution points and suddenly smiled. It seems that Elder Chiu has really thought it through. Fine, since Elder Chiu has already made his decision, I have no problem with it. After all, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for anything in the Sundry Hall. Xu Yuanming did not dwell too much on this issue. After deducting 600,000 contribution points from Chiu Ping, he stood up, walked into the warehouse, and handed over a jade box to Chiu Ping. Chiu Ping also returned Chiu Ping's identity token. Chiu Ping opened the jade box, and a gust of spiritual qi rushed out. 3 spiritual stones lay quietly in the box, surrounded by a faint green spiritual qi. After receiving the spiritual stones, he did not linger and took the items away. After Chiu Ping left, other elders from the other branches came. Their purpose was the same as Chiu Ping's, to exchange for spiritual stones. Everyone could understand. All resources were expendable. Only things like spiritual stones, which could last forever, were the true foundation of a sect. The increase in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had changed the environment of the earth vein. It was not just one or two people who came. That's all. When Fu Gang heard Xu Yuanming's words, he almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Xu Yuanming said helplessly, "Elder Fu is not the only one who came to exchange for spiritual stones. The other elders came as well. The sect only gave out 10 spiritual stones in total, and they were all exchanged. These bastards." At this moment, Fu Gang could not help but curse. In order to exchange for enough spiritual stones, he had hardened his heart and emptied his entire branch's treasury. In the end, he had brought 800,000 contribution points. But now, he had brought the contribution points, but Xu Yuanming told him that the spiritual stones were all gone. Fu Gang suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He still could not believe it. He asked repeatedly, "Are the spiritual stones really gone?" "They're really gone." Xu Yuanming spread his hands helplessly. Hearing that, Fu Gang had no choice but to accept the fact that he was one step behind. He sighed again and took off his identity token. "Elder Xu, please exchange for some cultivation resources for me." Previously, he had sold his resources to exchange for spiritual stones. But now that he had no spiritual stones and resources, it was useless to have a pile of contribution points. In the end, he had to exchange them for resources again. Hearing that, Xu Yuanming would not refuse. Boom! Another bolt of tribulation lightning fell, causing a loud rumbling sound to be heard even in the inner hall. Fu Gang walked out of the inner hall and looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. He turned to Xu Yuanming and asked, "Sect Master, have you been refining any spiritual weapons recently?" The sect master has always been mysterious. Although we are elders, we can't find out too much. Xu Yuanming shook his head. The peak of Mount Liang was a forbidden area of the sect. So far, no one was qualified to go there. Even the great elder of technique imparting was the same. At this moment, at the peak of Mount Liang, Qin Shujian had already completed the entry level of the 9 Tribulations immortal body and began to refine the spiritual weapon array disc. Last time, the 18 square array discs had been damaged in the battle against Lian Gumming. Later, when the heavenly punishment hellfire descended, it directly destroyed the array. Speaking of which, because of this, he lost 12 spiritual stones. Qin Shujian felt a little heartache. But there was no doubt that an array master with an array disc in hand was in his most powerful state. Without the control of the person who set up the array, he could already trap a heavenly being supreme cultivator. If someone was controlling the array, the power would increase exponentially. However, to refine a powerful enough array disc, the materials needed were also extraordinary. This time, Qin Shujian obtained a lot of level 9 forging materials from the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, he just happened to be able to refine a set of array disc to fight against the enemy. The lightning tribulation continued to bombard down. However, the array disc below the lightning tribulation remained motionless. No matter how the violent power bombarded it, it showed no signs of being destroyed. The lightning tribulation lasted for 3 days. When the last lightning tribulation fell, the array disc was officially formed. Next, I have to inscribe the array on the array disc. Qin Shujian focused his mind and mobilized the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to write array patterns. Then, he engraved them on the array disc. After a long time, 27 square array discs formed a circle. After hovering in the sky for a while, they were put into his storage ring. Because this time, he had enough materials. Qin Shujian didn't just refine 18 square array discs. Instead, he directly refined 27 square array discs. This was the limit of the array he could control. If it was any stronger, it would exceed the current level. 27 square array discs. Each of them is a top-upper spiritual artifact. If it weren't for the material limitations, it would be enough to enter the ranks of half-step Dao artifacts. In this way, The power of the array disk will be much stronger than before. It will be much easier to fight against Lian Gumming again. Qin Shujian was very satisfied with the results of this refining. To refine a top-upper spiritual artifact, even a Grandmaster blacksmith couldn't do it so perfectly every time. Their success this time was also due to luck. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's spiritual deity moved and once again transformed into many spiritual deity avatars. Then, he took out the other materials and used the red lotus of purgation to melt them all. The refining of the life-saving trump card was completed. The next thing to be refined was the real vast amount of work. The identity tokens needed to meet the requirements of the Yuan Pavilion. To refine millions of identity tokens, not to mention the materials needed, just the time required was not something that could be completed in 1 or 2 days. More than half a month later, Qin Shujian almost stayed in the forbidden area and didn't move a single step. He was wholeheartedly refining the identity tokens. During this process, even with his current tyrannical spiritual deity, he couldn't support the consumption. However, he had prepared a lot of vitality pills, so there wasn't any problem. During the period when Qin Shujian was in seclusion, many sects in the cultivation world, seeing that they couldn't resist the Yuan Pavilion, imitated the Yuan Pavilion's approach and set up businesses similar to the Yuan Pavilion to gather rogue cultivators and earn profits. However, with the Yuan Pavilion in the lead, the following sects couldn't do it to the same extent as the Yuan Pavilion. However, to a certain extent, it also divided a lot of resources. Regarding these changes, the Yuan sect didn't say anything, and the Yuan Pavilion also operated as usual. It didn't arouse the slightest anger. Now, many sects are imitating. Except for the majority of rogue cultivators in the Baiyun Mansion, who are still in the hands of the Yuan Pavilion, the rest of the mansion has been divided into many people in the past month. What do you think about this, Great Elder? In an inner hall, Shu Yuanming looked at Zheng Fang and asked with a faint smile. Qin Shujian was in seclusion, and now the Great Elder was in charge of all matters, big or small. Zheng Fang was unmoved and said calmly, "The cultivation world is too big, so big that it can't be completely controlled by 1 or 2 sects. Although our sect is strong now, it's not really invincible. Moreover, even if it's as strong as the human emperor and the current Great Zhao, they still have to share part of the benefits to the many sects in the cultivation world. If our sect wants to control all rogue cultivators in our hands, we will become the target of public criticism sooner or later. On the contrary, the current situation is good. The other sects are imitating the Yuan Pavilion, which is equivalent to acknowledging our approach. As the first sect to open the Yuan Pavilion, we already have enough advantages. What's left is that we need time to settle down." Zheng Fang also agreed with the other sects imitating the Yuan Pavilion's approach. This was the best situation. If the other sects imitated, then the Yuan sect's approach would no longer be unconventional, and it would even step into a situation where all the other sects were against each other. Zheng Fang didn't want to dwell on this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "However, the 51 sects haven't made any moves yet. It seems that the shock of our annihilation of the Heavenly Corpse sect wasn't enough. What does Great Elder plan to do? A life for a life, and a debt must be paid. Previously, the 53 sects attacked us to destroy the Yuan Pavilion. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the Celestial Elephant sect have already paid the price. There's no reason for the other sects to be spared." A strand of gloomy and cold killing intent flashed within Zheng Fang's eyes. This is a grudge between the 51 sects and the Yuan sect. Since they were given a chance to apologize before, and now no one is willing to accept this kindness, then the others have nothing to say when our sect takes action. Shu Yuanming was silent. From Zheng Fang's words, it was obvious that he was planning to take action against the other 51 sects. Apart from the Heavenly Corpse sect, the other sects weren't strong. Now, only the sects of the major regions were worth paying attention to. We have to ask the sect master about this matter. No one is allowed to disturb the sect master's seclusion. With the sect master's style of doing things, Elder Shu should be able to understand what the result is. The 1-month deadline isn't up yet. Why don't you wait a few more days, Great Elder? If we say 1 month, then it will be 1 month. We naturally keep our word. Zheng Fang nodded slightly and didn't object to Xu Yuanming's words. Four Symbols Sect. As one of the 53 sects, after the destruction of the Celestial Elephant Sect and the Heavenly Corpse Sect, this sect was also under a lot of pressure. Especially in recent times. The Yuan Pavilion hadn't revoked the bounty on their sect, causing many disciples to die unexpectedly. Of course. As a major sect of the spirit realm, the Four Symbols Sect's strength was also extraordinary. Under such circumstances, they had killed many wandering cultivators and intimidated a group of people. But killing people could intimidate wandering cultivators, but it couldn't intimidate players. Therefore, until now, the Four Symbols Sect was still in a state of martial law. However, for the sect master of the Four Symbols Sect, the biggest problem now wasn't the Yuan Pavilion's bounty, but the message that Yuan Zhong had sent to them more than 20 days ago. The 1-month deadline is almost up. I wonder what the elders think about Yuan Zhong's matter. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He looked like an elegant gentleman. This was the sect master of the Four Symbols Sect, Qi Yu, a great cultivator of the prominent divine stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the elders of the Four Symbols Sect looked at each other and didn't know how to respond. Previously, Yuan Zhong had sent a message to the Four Symbols Sect to apologize. All the senior members of the sect knew very well. But knowing was one thing, and doing something was another. If anyone agreed, they would lose the dignity of the sect if they didn't do well. However, if they refused and angered Yuan Zhong, they might be the main culprit of the sect's calamity. Therefore, facing Qi Yu's words, the others didn't answer without permission. Seeing this, Qi Yu's gaze fell on someone and said in a deep voice, "Elder Zhao, what do you think?" Elder Zhao, who was sitting calmly, was clearly stunned when he heard this. After a long while, he said hesitantly, "It's up to the sect master. I don't have any opinions on this." Qi Yu's face immediately darkened. Elder Zhao is also a founding member of our sect. Whether we fight or make peace now has a great impact on our sect. If even Elder Zhao is unwilling to speak, it's difficult for me, the sect master, to make the decision alone. Looking at Qi Yu's unfriendly expression, Elder Zhao felt bitter in his heart. However, since the other party had already said so, if he continued to refuse, he might completely offend the other party. The consequences of offending the sect master of a sect could be imagined. As for the other elders, they all turned to look at each other. Every one of them had a slight change in expression. After coughing twice, Elder Zhao said, "Yuan Zhong sent a message. It's not only our Four Symbols Sect, but the other 50 sects have also received the same message. As far as I know, the other sects haven't made much of a move. Therefore, in my opinion, it's better if the enemy doesn't make a move and we don't make a move. We'll make a decision after we see the situation clearly." "Elder Zhao, you're right. The other 50 sects haven't made a move. The most appropriate thing for us to do now is to wait and see." After Elder Zhao finished speaking, the other elders nodded in agreement. In their opinion, this was the most appropriate thing to do now. They wouldn't directly offend Yuan Zhong or embarrass the sect. As the saying goes, the law can't punish the majority. If the other sects didn't make a move, Yuan Zhong wouldn't just vent his anger on the Four Symbols Sect. After Yuan Zhong destroyed the Heavenly Corpse Sect, he only sent a message to the other sects. It could be seen that he didn't really want to make a move on these sects. After all, it wasn't just 1 or 2 sects that were involved, but a total of 51 sects. If Yuan Zhong really made a move, it would definitely cause a bigger commotion than the destruction of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Just as Qi Yu was thinking, a middle-aged elder sitting at the end cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master, I have a different opinion." "What's your opinion, Elder Ying?" "In my opinion, if our sect really ignores Yuan Zhong's words, the consequences will be very serious. Given Qin Shujian's vengeful character, he might not care about the consequences of destroying us." "Elder Ying, do you know Qin Shujian very well?" "I don't know much about Qin Shujian, But the sect I was in was destroyed by Yuan Zong. He's ruthless and can't be underestimated. Ying Wenyao took a deep breath as if he had recalled a bad memory. This former sect master of Shifang sect had fled when Yuan Zong launched a large-scale attack. In the end, he even left Baiyun Mansion and went to other mansions to be on the safe side. He broke through to the spirit martial realm by chance and completely abandoned his previous identity. He turned and joined the Four Symbols sect and became an inner elder. Initially, Ying Wenyao thought he might not have anything to do with Yuan Zong in this life. In the end, no matter how hard he tried, the Four Symbols sect still encountered Yuan Zong. It was just that his words carried little weight and his foundation was still shallow, so it was inconvenient for him to say many things. But now that the Four Symbols sect was on the verge of death, Ying Wenyao could not help but remind them. It was not easy to join a sect and have a few peaceful days. He really did not want to change places. Hearing this, many people were startled. They realized that this newly promoted inner sect elder had some other stories. Qiyu knew a little about Ying Wenyao's background. After hearing his words, he asked, "Elder Ying, how much do you know about Yuan Zong?" Yuan Zong used to be a mountain bandit in the ordinary realm. He relied on robbing to make a living. Even though he later got rid of his identity as a bandit and became a top sect. But speaking of which, Qin Shujian and the others are still bandits that are hard to get rid of. Their methods are ruthless and ruthless. Everything they do is for the sake of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. The Star Elephant sect and the Heavenly Corpse sect are the most obvious examples. Qin Shujian dared to declare war on the Heavenly Corpse sect regardless of the cost. He even destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect. Do you really think that he will be wary of the existence of the remaining 51 sects? Now that Yuan Zong has swallowed the resources of the Heavenly Corpse sect and it is rumored that he has obtained a Heavenly Corpse with the battle strength of a Heavenly Human. His strength will definitely be stronger than before. Now that Yuan Zong is at its peak, any force that stands in its way will only be destroyed. Don't you see that Yuan Zong is now allowed to open and even imitate Yuan Zong? It is the top sects that are giving in to Yuan Zong. I don't mean to look down on the sects, but in the current situation, let alone the Four Symbols sect, even the top sects are not willing to provoke Yuan Zong. Now that the sects are waiting and watching, when the experts of the Red Sun sect arrive, it will be the day of the sect's destruction. Sect Master, you must not follow in their footsteps. Otherwise, the Four Symbols sect will be in danger. Ying Wenyao said all the words in his heart in one breath. The onlooker sees the game clearly. In his opinion, these elders who were still hoping for a fluke were no different from brainless idiots. So what if there were 51 sects? Did they really think that they could be stronger than the Heavenly Corpse sect? Even the Heavenly Corpse sect had been destroyed, let alone the 51 sects, which were a plate of loose sand. If Yuan Zong wanted to destroy them, he did not need to send out many experts. The Celestial Elephant sect had been destroyed by the Test Sword Peak. If Yuan Zong could have one Test Sword Peak, they could have a second and a third. Not to mention, Yuan Zong's biggest advantage was not the number of experts, but the number of Dao artifacts that made one's scalp tingle. A few 3-seal Dao artifacts carried by an expert were enough to turn a spirit domain sect into ashes. As for Qi Yu, who was on the main seat, after hearing Ying Wenyao's words, he fell into deep thought. To be honest, what the other party had said just now had awakened him. With Yuan Zong's current power and influence, would they really care about the complicated relationship between the 51 sects and not act rashly? If it was before this, Qi Yu would have thought so. After all, if they could act, why didn't Yuan Zong do it and instead sent messages to the other sects? But now, Ying Wenyao's words made him think otherwise. Yuan Zong might not have other intentions for not acting. He was just too lazy to do it. After all, the 51 sects were divided into 13 prefectures. It would take a lot of time to attack them one by one. For a moment, Qi Yu's mind spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. Soon, he made a decision in his heart. Compared to the issue of dignity, the Four Symbols sect could not take the risk of being destroyed. Chapter 444. Inside the drill hall. Zheng Fang was like a private tutor, giving lectures to some of the disciples who came to ask for guidance. If it were not for others knowing his identity, they would definitely not associate him with the first elder of the Yuan sect. After all, the Yuan sect was known for their ruthlessness in the cultivation world. As the first elder of this sect, there was no way he would be soft-hearted. Well, that's all for the lecture. If you have any questions, you can exchange them among the disciples or ask your own teachers. Of course, you can come again next time. It's just that every time you come, you'll need to spend a lot of contribution points. Moreover, listening to the lecture is secondary. The main thing is whether you can comprehend it yourself. If you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation, it's better to go out and experience it. Although the world is chaotic, it can also hone your body and mind, which will be of great benefit in the future. Zheng Fang looked at the dozens of disciples below and said with a calm voice. After all, there were only a few people who could spend contribution points to listen to the lecture. After all, instead of spending contribution points to listen to the lecture, it was better to use contribution points to exchange for pills to improve one's strength, which was more cost-effective. Unless they really encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, not many people would spend money for nothing. In the end. Furthermore, he had spent too many contribution points to invite Zheng Fang, the first elder. Hearing that, the disciples below nodded and said, "We will remember the first elder's teachings. Go." Zheng Fang waved his hand and dismissed all the disciples. He then stood up from his seat like an ordinary old man, turned around, and left the drill hall. Perhaps it was because he was too old when he entered the cultivation world. Even if he broke through to the airborne realm and had a lifespan of hundreds of years, he still did not show much vitality. He was like a private tutor, doing everything in an orderly manner. When Zheng Fang left the drill hall, there was already an inner sect deacon waiting there. "First elder, someone from the Four Symbols sect is here." The Four Symbols sect. Zheng Fang's footsteps paused for a moment. He turned his head to look at the deacon with some doubt in his eyes. He was also very unfamiliar with that name. The deacon said, "The Four Symbols sect is one of the 51 sects that we sent a message to before." Who did the Four Symbols sect send? An inner sect elder. Then let him come here to see me. After a simple inquiry, Zheng Fang was too lazy to move. After leaving behind a sentence, he turned around and walked back. At this moment, in the drill hall, all the disciples left, and no one else stayed behind. After returning to his original seat, Zheng Fang leisurely sat down. He casually picked up a book beside him and began to read. Before long, one of the deacons of the inner court led a person to the hall. "First elder, I've brought him here." Elder Ying Wenyaro of the Four Symbols sect greets the first elder of the Yuan sect. A middle-aged man standing beside him cupped his hands and greeted him. "Go ahead." Zheng Fang signaled with his eyes, and the inner sect deacon respectfully excused himself. Then he looked at the stool in front of him and said, "Elder Ying, please take a seat." "Thank you." Ying Wenyaro cupped his hands together and thanked him. Soon after, he sat down. Looking at the person in front of him, Zheng Fang suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, the name Elder Ying sounds a little familiar. May I know what your relationship is with the former Ten Direction sect?" When he finished speaking, his gaze also fell on the other party's face. Hearing this, Ying Wenyao's expression was as usual as he said, "I was indeed a member of the Ten Direction sect before, but I left early on. Now, I'm an elder of the Four Symbols sect. Also, I never had any intention of becoming your sect's enemy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come this time. Elder Ying, please don't misunderstand. This old man was just casually asking." Zheng Fang didn't have much to say about this. "It's just that my sect has some ties with the Ten Direction sect, so I couldn't help but ask after hearing Elder Ying's name." "I see." Although Ying Wenyaro had a smile on his face, his heart was already breaking out in cold sweat. What ties? It was clearly a small conflict that destroyed his Ten Direction sect. If it wasn't for him, the sect master, running away, he wouldn't have the chance to sit here now. Just now, When Zheng Fang mentioned the 10 Direction sect, Ying Wenyao almost thought that the other party was really going to kill him, not even letting him, a person who had already joined the Four Symbols sect, go. If it was someone else, he might not think so. But the person sitting opposite him was from the Yuan sect, so it was hard to say. After all, back then, the Yuan sect could directly destroy his 10 Direction sect because of a fight between some variant disciples and the death of a few disciples and deacons. With such a ruthless method, it was possible that the other party would bring up old scores. But after seeing Zheng Fang's reaction, Ying Wenyao reluctantly relaxed. To tell the truth, this time, if it wasn't for Qi Yu's intention, he definitely wouldn't have stepped into the Liang Mountain spirit domain, let alone come to the Yuan sect. Although Ying Wenyao hid the fluctuations in his heart very well, that instant of rapid heartbeat still couldn't escape Zheng Fang's perception. To this, he didn't threaten the other party too much. After all, the 10 Direction sect was destroyed. Since the sect master had escaped back then, it was his luck. At this moment, the other party represented the Four Symbols sect, so there was absolutely no reason for him to kill someone for no reason. I wonder why Elder Ying is here this time? Previously, our sect attacked the Yuan Pavilion because we were bewitched and threatened by the Heavenly Corpse sect. We had no choice but to do so. Sect Master has always felt guilty about this, but because of the pressure from the Heavenly Corpse sect, he couldn't express his position. Long before he came, Ying Wenyao had already thought of what to say. So when Zheng Fang spoke, he spoke frankly with assurance, throwing almost all the responsibility to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Now that the Heavenly Corpse sect has been destroyed, our sect was very happy when we heard the news. But when we thought of our previous wrong decision, we specially asked me to come and personally apologize to your sect. As for the losses that we have caused to your sect, our sect is willing to double the compensation. We only hope that your sect can see our sincerity and let bygones be bygones. At this point, Ying Wenyao had already taken out a storage ring from his bosom. He lifted it up with his true yuan and landed it in front of Zheng Fang. Looking at the storage ring in front of him, Zheng Fang was speechless for a moment. It had to be said. The other party's words were indeed flawless. He threw all the blame to the Heavenly Corpse sect without any hesitation. But for Yuan Zhong, who was right and who was wrong didn't matter. In short, Yuan Zhong would never be wrong. The only important thing in this matter was the word apology. As for the apology, it was just a matter of convenience. Zheng Fang picked up the storage ring and didn't hide anything. He directly dripped his blood on it to establish ownership. Then, his divine sense entered the ring and saw everything inside clearly. When his divine sense withdrew from the storage ring, there was a trace of a smile on his face. I naturally understand the Four Symbols sect's sincerity. After all, the Heavenly Corpse sect is also a top sect. I can understand that the Four Symbols sect is stuck in the middle. I just hope that you will be more cautious in the future. This time, our sect doesn't want to cause more trouble. If it were another sect, I'm afraid it would be a bloody storm. In the end, Zheng Fang's face became serious. In response, Ying Wenyao also looked serious and nodded solemnly. Elder Zheng's words are reasonable. I will definitely bring back your words and let the sect master know. That's good. Zheng Fang casually picked up a cup of tea beside him and took a sip. At this point, Ying Wenyao immediately stood up and cupped his hands politely. Our sect's sincerity has been conveyed. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. I will ask someone to send Elder Ying off. Thank you. Ying Wenyao didn't refuse. This was Yuan Zhong. An outer sect elder like him couldn't run around. If he ran around alone, Yuan Zhong would use the excuse of trespassing as an excuse to kill him. Then, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Ying Wenyao only heaved a sigh of relief when he followed an inner sect deacon out of Yuan Zhong's mountain gate. However, he saw a black-robed man sitting cross-legged beside the mountain gate's stone tablet. Ying Wenyao's eyes flashed with curiosity. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "May I ask who this expert is from your sect?" "I'm not sure." The outer sect deacon shook his head slightly. In response, Ying Wenyao didn't ask any more questions. In his opinion, the other party didn't want to tell him too much. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Jiang Feng. Unfortunately, under the cover of the black robe, a cultivator's naked eye couldn't see through it. Subsequently, Ying Wenyao cupped his hands towards the inner sect deacon and left Yuanzhong's mountain gate completely. After leaving Yuanzhong, he recalled everything that he had noticed when he first entered Yuanzhong's mountain gate. The mountain gate's spiritual energy is so dense, several times stronger than the Four Symbols sects. Is this the foundation of a top sect? With such dense spiritual energy, it's no wonder Yuanzhong's experts are born one after another. If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be many sects that can compete with Yuanzhong in a few years. Ying Wenyao shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He jumped up and flew away like a big bird, disappearing from where he stood in the blink of an eye. Cultivators who hadn't reached the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm weren't qualified to fly. Now, Ying Wenyao was going to Cold Mountain City, which was known as the biggest city in Baiyun Mansion. On the other side, after Ying Wenyao left, Zheng Fang also stood up and kept the storage ring given to him by the Four Symbols sect. After which, he headed to the treasury of the sect and displayed his identity token before placing all the resources in the storage ring into it. This time, the Four Symbols sect had put in a lot of effort. The compensation given by the other party was worth more than 50 million taels of silver. 50 million taels of silver. For a sect of the spiritual domain, it wasn't something that could be taken out in a short time. From this, it could be seen that this time, the Four Symbols sect was really sincere in their apology. With the arrival of the Four Symbols sect, in the next few days, the other sects also sent people over one after another. Without exception, they all gave corresponding compensation. The value wasn't all the same. But there was one thing that was the same. That was, none of the sects gave less than 20 million taels of silver. In a short time, Yuanzhong's treasury was filled with resources worth hundreds of millions of taels of silver. However, when the 1-month deadline was up, only a third of the 51 sects had sent gifts of apology. As for the remaining 30 or so sects, there was no movement at all. In fact, some sects only sent a message to express their apology and didn't do anything else. These sects and forces were all on Yuanzhong's blacklist. Chengwu Hall. After a month, many elders gathered here again. This time, the person who presided over the meeting wasn't Qin Shujian, but the great elder technique imparting. After everyone had arrived, Zheng Fang coughed in a low voice, looked at the others and said calmly, "You should all know why I've gathered all the elders here. Please speak clearly, great elder. A month has passed, but 33 sects still haven't made a statement. This is looking down on the existence of Yuanzhong. If that's the case, then we'll just destroy them." Zheng Gui said in a low voice. As the leader of the biggest mountain bandits in the stone forest, his killing intent was still very strong. Hearing this, Niu Feng nodded slightly and said, "The remaining 33 sects dared to do this because we didn't give them enough pressure. If we don't make a statement, people will see clearly." That's right. Most of the other elders also nodded their heads in agreement. To put it bluntly, most of the people who were able to become elders of Yuan sect were the same group of people from Cold Mountain Stronghold. To them, mercy didn't exist. As for Xiong Haogan, Shen Yuqing and the others, they remained silent. In the current situation, even if they objected, it would be useless. Therefore, it was better to remain silent and watch the development of the situation. Shen Yuhua, who had been silent and rarely interjected, said at this time, "Now, in the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion, our sect is the leader. Moreover, with the opening of Yuan Pavilion, many rogue cultivators are working for us. In this way, we don't have to deal with those sects by ourselves." "Elder Yuhua, what do you mean? Why don't we issue an edict and ask the other sects in Baiyun Mansion to help? At most, we'll give some benefits. In this way, we can establish our supreme position in Baiyun Mansion." Shen Yuhua's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she said in a clear voice, "Although rogue cultivators generally aren't strong, there are many experts among them. Originally, our Yuan pavilion didn't offer enough rewards, so we didn't attract their attention. Those great cultivators of the spirit martial realm and the god martial realm, after reaching this level, are only after a higher level of cultivation methods or treasures that can directly increase their cultivation. With the current situation of our sect, it's not difficult to take out these things. Why don't we issue a mission directly in Yuan Pavilion and mobilize these top rogue cultivators? At that time, it won't be difficult to deal with the 33 sects. Moreover, Shen Yuhua's gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the hall, and finally, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. The reason why the 33 sects haven't done anything now is because they think that we won't really do it. As long as we use this method to destroy a few of them, the remaining sects will be afraid. At that time, even if we don't do anything, they will come forward to apologize. At the end, Shen Yuhua added, "Of course, this is just my clumsy opinion. If there's anything wrong with what I said, I hope that the elders won't take offense." Yuhua's words are not wrong at all. Zheng Fang smiled and nodded. He had a new understanding of the hall master of the alchemy hall. But thinking about it, it was normal. After the destruction of the pill tripod sect, she was still able to escape and evade the pursuit of the celestial sect all the way to the Liang Mountain spirit region. If she didn't have any tricks up her sleeves, she would have died in the hands of the celestial sect. As for what Shen Yuhua said, Zheng Fang understood in his heart. The reason why the 33 sects did this was because the current situation was different from before. Previously, the Heavenly Corpse sect was pressuring them and Yuan sect had to take risks to break the stalemate. Now, Yuan sect was advancing and retreating in an orderly manner, and the situation was good. This way, as long as they didn't deliberately target them, Yuan sect wouldn't break the current stable situation because of this matter. It could be said that there wasn't anything wrong with the way the 33 sects thought. However, the mistake of these sects was that they didn't understand Yuan sect well enough. Shen Yuqing at the side. At this moment, he looked at Shen Yuhua with a slightly surprised expression. His sister was usually very quiet, almost like him. During meetings, she was no different from an invisible person. However, this time, she directly spoke. Xu Yuanming smiled faintly. "I remember that the sect master still has the pure yang pill. This is the most valuable treasure for prominent divine stage cultivators to break through to the god martial stage. If we release the news of the pure yang pill, we should be able to attract many people. As for this time, we also obtained the soul conduit realm cultivation technique and martial arts from the Heavenly Corpse sect. I believe that the cultivation technique and martial arts that lead to the heavenly stage should be enough to attract people like a flock of duck. Treasures arouse the envy of others. That was for the weak. For the current Yuan sect, even if they publicly announced that they had the soul conduit realm cultivation technique and martial arts, no one would dare to have the thought of snatching it. On the contrary, if they used this as a gimmick, it would be enough to attract many people. At the same time, it would further expand the influence of Yuan sect. As for whether there would be enough people qualified to exchange for the soul conduit realm cultivation technique, that was another matter. However, for the cultivators who had no way to advance, as long as they saw a glimmer of hope, it was enough for them to risk their lives. Xu Yuanming's words made the others secretly nod their heads. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling, misfortune-telling, fortune-telling, 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 fortune-telling. On a busy street, an old Daoist priest was sitting in front of a table. His clothes had been washed so many times that they had turned white. There were even a few patches on his sleeves. He was muttering something to the passers-by. The table was also missing a leg, and there was a flat stone under it to prevent it from falling. Behind the table, there was a long banner that was barely intact placed against the wall. The words written on it were probably the words that the old Daoist was chanting. Regarding this, the surrounding people were already used to it. No one would stop and look for a fortune-teller. Even the players turned a blind eye to this old Daoist priest. In the beginning, many players believed that the old Taoist priest was a hermit expert, and that his fortune-telling was merely a means for him to hide from the world. Then, he paid a lot of money and foolishly went to have his fortune told. Only then did these players realize. This old Daoist priest was really an ordinary fortune-teller. Moreover, his fortune-telling was not very accurate. The only thing he could do was to fool people. When they realized this, no one would be fooled anymore. Sigh, business is not easy these days. The old Daoist priest sighed helplessly as he looked at the passers-by. None of them stopped walking. His appearance also looked somewhat miserable. However, in the blink of an eye, the old Daoist priest returned to his cheerful appearance and threw away all his worries. The Yuan Pavilion has now revoked the bounty missions of many sects. However, they have increased the bounty of the remaining sects. It seems that they have even offered a divine connection technique as a reward. Divine connection technique? Could it be a technique above the divine level? Nonsense, above the divine level is the divine connection technique. Don't you know this? A group of players walked past the old Daoist priest and were constantly chatting. The actions of the Yuan sect this time had moved many players. Divine connection technique. To put it bluntly, it was a supreme technique that could be cultivated to the celestial being level. To the players, this was equivalent to the top treasure in the current stage of the game. If they could obtain a divine connection technique, at least before they broke through to the celestial being level, they would only need to focus on killing monsters and leveling up. They would not have to worry about the technique at all. After obtaining a technique, they could focus on killing monsters for a period of time. When they came out, they would really be a top expert. Moreover, the technique could be used in the real world. Who knew if the so-called divine connection technique could be cultivated to the level of ascension in the real world? If it could be done, then it would be an immortal technique. As for the old Daoist priest, his expression froze at this moment. A ray of light burst out from his turbid eyes. Divine connection technique, he murmured. His mind, which had been calm for a long time, finally began to ripple. How many years had it been? The old Daoist priest could not remember clearly. It could be a few decades, or it could be 100 years. He did not know when it started, but many things had become unimportant to him. They could not cause his mind to ripple. However, after hearing what the players had said, the old Daoist priest's heart was no longer calm. Divine connection technique. This was the inheritance of any top sect. It was also a treasure that those sects would not easily give out. Even among the powerhouses in the same sect, there were not many who were qualified to peek at the divine connection technique. Divine connection technique, directly to the celestial being level. After thinking about the word celestial being, the old Daoist priest finally could not control himself. A power that had been dormant for a long time suddenly burst out. In an instant, the entire city seemed to be covered by a terrifying aura. It startled all the cultivators and caused their expressions to change. Soon, the old Daoist priest realized that he had lost his composure and immediately retracted this power. In the next second, he took a step forward and disappeared in front of the stall. As for the players who passed by, they all stared at the empty stall with their mouths agape. There was only one word left in their minds. This old Daoist priest, this senior is really a hidden expert. Damn, this is a huge loss. Why didn't I persist in the beginning? If I had persisted, wouldn't I have made a fortune? Some of the players thumped their feet and stomped their chests. They felt that they had missed a huge opportunity. Without a doubt, this old Daoist priest was obviously a top powerhouse who played games in the human world. However, what made them feel bitter was that by the time they reacted, the old Daoist priest was already gone. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.